delegates, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at Pechatu Hall 1 and 2, the Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center. We will begin shortly, so please have your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings will begin in a few moments. Please be prepared and kindly sit according to your seating arrangement. We would like to remind you that you would need to follow the health protocol and please set your phone on silent mode during event. Thank you indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, please do not remove microphone in front of you when speaking. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join us now for a safety induction from Convention Venue BNDCC, Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center.
Welcome to Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center, BNDCC. Your safety is always our first priority. It is essential that you are familiar with our emergency procedures in order to respond appropriately during an emergency. When you enter the building, pay attention to the nearest exit doors, emergency stairs and fire extinguishers. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In the event of an emergency such as fire, earthquake, bomb explosion or tsunami is announced over the public address system or an emergency alarm is sounded, please remain calm and listen to the announcement. Please follow the evacuation routes and follow the instructions given by Emergency Response Team ERT personnel. If we are required to evacuate the building, please proceed calmly to the nearest safe exit and follow closely the instructions of ERT personnel to the assembly points. Please do not use the elevator. Use the nearest emergency stairs according to the evacuation route signs. If you require first aid, please do not hesitate to ask one of our ERT personnel. Now you are here at Pechatu Hall. Pay attention to the exit doors and evacuation routes. Thank you for your attention. Best wishes for an eventful day at BNDCC.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. His Excellency, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Arifin Tasrif, Excellencies, Ministers of the ASEAN member states, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And first of all, welcome to our beautiful island, Bali. The island which is internationally recognized as the island of the gods, the island of 1,000 temples, morning of the world and tropical paradise. And welcome to the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings. This event takes place under Indonesia's chairmanship of ASEAN throughout the year 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, commencing the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings, we are very much honored to invite the outgoing Chair, the Minister of Mine and Energy, Cambodia, for an opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome His Excellency Mr. Victor Jonah.
His Excellency Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, incoming chairperson of the 41st MM meeting and its associate meeting. His Excellency Posai Sayason, Minister of Energy and Mines of Lao PDR, incoming vice chairperson of the 41st MM meeting and its associating meetings. His Excellency Savinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN. His Excellency Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It has already been a year since the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Cambodia received the ASEAN Energy Chairmanship from the Ministry of Energy, Brunei Darussalam. A year full of memorable and historical moment for me and Cambodia. A great honor has assumed this rotation chairmanship. Today it is my great pleasure to join with all representatives of ministers at the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting hosted by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia in Bali, which is the first face-to-face ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting since the COVID-19 outbreak. For the last year, we have been making our effort to recover from the impact of COVID-19 and dealing with the unexpected situation on social and economic sequences. ASEAN has managed to navigate untouched through these rough waters and successfully deliver substantial outcome. I'm very happy to see everyone physical in this occasion, which we have missed 3 years in a row. I'm pleased that the 40 ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting are now behind. Thanks for all full cooperation, support and flexibility extended by ASEAN member states and all our partners. Our collective effort and commitment during the years of 2022 to 2023 have enabled us to take remarkable strides to greater regional energy cooperation and made ASEAN to accelerate energy transition, ensuring economic growth, recovers and sustainable growth amid the rising concern of climate change, increase of energy demand, instability of fuel price from the international market and to rising energy price. And as the result, we have a long list of progressive work to be proud of. Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to report our progress of a full year of Cambodian chairmanship from 2022 to 2023. ASEAN has notably achieved amounts. Recognizing the key achievement and robust implementation of the first 2 years APA Phase 2, with overall performance score of 4.3 out of 5 in year 2022. Acknowledging the achievement of 24.5% energy intensity reduction based on 2005 level and 33.6 share in renewable energy total installed power capacity and 14.4 renewable energy share in total primary energy supply in year 2021. We are launching the 7th ASEAN Energy Outlook And the second, ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook toward regional energy transition, and outline the scenario and potential pathway for achieving long-term energy transition, and initiate discussion to develop the ASEAN Renewable Energy Long-Term Roadmap. Continuing to propel the region interconnectivity by welcoming discussion on the renewable Memorandum of Understanding on the ASEAN Power Grid, Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, ASEAN Petroleum Security Agreement, and welcoming the successful commencement of the Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project. Enhancing the critical role of sustainable coal trade and CCT and CCUS deployment to ensure ASEAN energy security, economic growth, and adjust the energy transition toward low-carbon economy through the conduct of ASEAN high-level policy dialogue on coal, hosted by Malaysia, and development of ASEAN CCUS deployment framework and roadmap. We highlight the potential of AMS to explore nuclear energy power generation in the future through a number of studies and workshops that was conducted. Additionally, we also made the remarkable achievement and progress with our dialogue partners and international organizations. Support from the arena on the second ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook, and discuss the initiative deepening ASEAN arena collaboration, especially on the developing bankable renewable energy project in ASEAN and supporting project facilitation under ARENA managed funding facility. Such as climate investment platform and energy transition accelerating financing platform. We are launching the roadmap toward sustainable energy efficiency building and cooling in ASEAN with IEA, and welcoming the implementation of JUSET, Southeast Asia Smart Power Program, as well as initiative introduced as the ASEAN-US Special Summit held in May 2022. Continuing to discuss the ASEAN-Russia Energy Cooperation Work Plan 2022 to 2025, discuss with ADB to establish SOME-ADB energy dialogue with potential focus on cooperation on facilitating financing on energy projects in the region, including the support regional power integration in the ASEAN power grid and related capacity building. Establishing the SOME-EU energy dialogue with two cooperation, clean and just energy transition, and ASEAN energy market integration. And implementing the ASEAN Climate Change and Energy Project, ASEP Phase 1, 2018 to 2022, and welcome the continuation support from the government of Norway for ASEP Phase 2. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate the host country, Indonesia, for taking up the chairmanship role in this year with the theme of ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. Cambodia has full confidence that Indonesia is the coming chair will continue to take this role of advancing our collective effort and endeavor in agenda. We look forward to continue working closely together to fulfill our common goal to accelerate energy transition and strengthening energy resilience to greater innovation and cooperation. I wish to express my deep appreciation to all honorable ministers and colleagues from ASEAN member states and joiners for today, and special thanks to ASEAN Secretariat and ASEAN Center for Energy for your dedication to this coordination, position, and effort to work with ASEAN in achieving APEC objective. In conclusion, I wish His Excellency Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, the incoming chairperson of the 41st MM meeting and its associating meeting, and all ASEAN colleagues, good health, prosperity, and success in your all endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, His Excellency Victor Jonah, Minister of Mines and Energy, Cambodia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia and the Minister of Energy and Mines of Laos PDR will assume as the 41st MM Chair and Vice Chair, respectively. For the next remarks, I'm very much delighted to invite the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Please join me to welcome His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif.
Excellencies, all energy ministers from ASEAN member countries, Excellencies, all energy ministers from ASEAN dialogue partners, representatives from ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN Center for Energy and international organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship and the ASEAN Secretariat for leading the ASEAN Energy Cooperation and preparing the arrangement of the 41st ASEAN Minister Meeting on Energy. In this ASEAN chairmanship year, we address the theme of ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. The tagline truly represents our challenges as one of the most growing and promising regions in the global economy. Southeast Asia's economic growth prospect is 4.6% in 2023 and projected to increase 4.9% by 2024, according to the ADB. As economies grow, energy demand increases, as referred to ASEAN Center for Energy report. Regional energy demand is expected to increase by 13% by 2023 from 2022 level, with no policy intervention. Fossil fuels are projected to continue to dominate the energy sector, with oil still contributes the largest share of 36.5% of energy consumption. This is a challenge for ASEAN member states to transform from fossil-dependent economy towards low-carbon and sustainable economy with inclusive and just manners. ASEAN region, with its enormous resources on clean and renewable energy, should put in its best effort in implementing the transition to achieve net zero emission, which most of us have committed to achieve around mid-century. Therefore, for the Energy Forum of ASEAN Chairmanship 2023, Indonesia addresses the key deliverable on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. The platforms of Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline and ASEAN Power Grid will elevate the utilization of clean and renewable energy sources across ASEAN member states to become the backbone of sustainable energy systems in Southeast Asia. These platforms will also emphasize our priority economic deliverables and the ASEAN vision towards one regional economic community. Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in the 2023 ASEAN Summit last May in Labuan Bajo, ASEAN country leaders pledged cooperation in developing EV ecosystems on the regional level while preparing ASEAN as the global hub for the EV industry. Based on IEA report, electric car sales are expected to continue strongly through 2023. Over 2.3 million electric cars were sold in the first quarter, about 25% more than in the same period last year. We currently expect to see 14 million in sales by the end of 2023. In 2022 was a growth year in Thailand and Indonesia. Collectively, sales of electric cars in these countries more than tripled compared to 2021. Thailand and Indonesia are also strengthening their policy support schemes, potentially providing valuable experience for other emerging market economies seeking to foster EV adoption. We realize that accelerating energy transitions, including EVs development in ASEAN, will create the growing needs for critical minerals. Several ASEAN member states, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, and the Philippines, Vietnam, are homes of bauxite, nickel, tin, and rare earth elements. ASEAN will play a pivotal role in global supply chains of energy transition. Therefore, we need to develop manufacturers for mineral-based industries while developing mineral processing and refining units in the region. To conclude, I would like to encourage you all to endorse the deliverable of this AMEM, to collaborate and ensure the implementation of ASEAN Plan of Action of Energy Cooperation in coming years. I would like to encourage continued support and collaboration from ASEAN member states, dialogue partners, and international organizations and whole stakeholders to ensure innovative partnership, sustainable financing, and access to effective technologies to accelerate energy transition, ensure energy security, and improving connectivity. With Bali's amicable atmosphere, I do hope we can do our best in this meeting while strengthening our bond and partnership as one ASEAN family. Thank you. We are looking forward to having a fruitful discussion with you. I would like to invite Lao PDR Minister of Energy and Mines as the Vice Chairperson to deliver his remark. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you indeed, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tashrif, as the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, as the 41st AMEM Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the next remarks, I'm very much delighted to invite the Minister of Energy and Mines of Lao PDR. Please join me to welcome His Excellency Phosai Sayason.
Honorable His Excellency Mr. Arifin Tashrif, as the Vice Chairman of the 41st ASEAN Ministerial of Energy meeting today. First of all, I wish to express my deep appreciation to the outgoing INM Chairperson, Minister of the Mine and Energy of Cambodia, for the well management leadership of the ASEAN Energy Cooperation in 2020. Second, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Indonesia of the excellent arrangement out of this 41st AMEM, an association meeting, and for the warm hospitality extend to all delegations since the moment of the all arrived to this beautiful city. I believe that Indonesia, as the chairman of the meeting this year, will lead this important meeting productively and successful, as Lao PDR will give full support as the Vice Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at present, the region energy mix has influenced by the technology and development concern, as we know, implementing at the Upper Egg Phase 2. We look forward to the ASEAN power grid to facilitate the multilateral power trading, to the cleaner energy technology, to reduce the fossil, and go on. Even as we view our accomplishments, we should also use today to meeting to discuss the significant change to the energy landscape and how we can ensure that ASEAN continue to thrive together. We urge to all ASEAN to continue to all effort and depend our cooperation to accelerate energy transition and energy resilience to ensure our nation and regional energy security and sustainability. Excellencies, your guidance and advice we are most welcome to address the key issue to challenge to move forward to all cooperative activity to achieve the expectation of ASEAN energy blueprint. Once again, congratulations to Indonesia of the ASEAN chairmanship on energy cooperation, and I wish the 41st AMEM very success. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, His Excellency Phosai Sayason, the Minister of Energy and Mines of Lao PDR. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To lead the next agenda, I'm so much delighted to invite the chair of the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings. His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, for agenda item 3, I will invite the ASEAN Secretariat to brief our agenda today. Please, ASEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. If we may actually put the agenda up. Secretariat, yes. Just scroll it down just to show everyone the agenda. Excellencies, I believe all of us have agreed to the agenda, but again, if there was any advice from anyone to add or change the agenda for today, the floor is open. But otherwise, this has been agreed very carefully by all the officials, working very hard to put this agenda together for all of us. Excellency Chair, if there has been no feedback on any change, can I hand it back to you for the adoption of the agenda? Thank you, Excellency.
Well, should AMS wish to propose addition to the agenda, the floor is open. And if any comment, please ASEC take note and add the additional item. If there is no further comment, we consider the agenda adopted. No? Thank you. And now let us move on the next agenda item. I would like to announce that today's meeting will be convened in plenary, and the ASEAN Secretariat will be the reporter. Thank you. Next is the agenda item 5. At agenda item 5, the ASEAN Secretariat will present the key outcomes from the ASEAN Summit, ASEAN Economic Community Council, and other relevant bodies on cross-cutting issues. May I invite the ASEAN Secretariat? Time is yours.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. A very good morning to all of you, Excellencies, the ASEAN Energy Ministers, and all of the distinguished delegates. I'll be briefing on the ASEAN Secretariat's report on the 41st AMEM this morning as the Deputy Secretary General for the AEC, representing, of course, our Secretary General, Dr. Kao, who is currently, we would love to have been here this morning with all of you, but he's currently in a parallel meeting for the ASEAN Finance Ministers meetings and the Central Bank Governors meetings, also taking place right now in Jakarta. So he sends his warm greetings, Excellency, to all of you, and he promises to be able to join you all for the next meetings. Unfortunately, because of the clash of the agenda, we have now divided our roles. He's tasked me to be here joining you this morning. Let me also, this is the first time we are intervening on behalf of the Secretariat, also like congratulate Indonesia, our host, our chair, for the incredible hospitality and also for the great opening this morning. His Excellency, Bapak Arifin Tasif, this has been a great start this morning. I want to congratulate you. Also like to thank the outgoing AMEM Chair, Cambodia, for your furthering of the ASEAN Energy Cooperation Agenda for the year earlier. And also we welcome very much Laos as the Vice Chair, and we look forward to supporting Laos in developing the agenda in the coming year. My report, let me also acknowledge the presence of, for the first time, the Minister for Petroleum and Mineral Sources of Timor-Leste, joining us today as the observer in the AMEM meeting. My report today is really going to be, I will really try to link what is important to us from the ASEAN's broader community building efforts. It's going to cover, number one, on the relevant outcomes and the directives from the 42nd ASEAN Summit. Next, I'll be also touching on the ongoing ASEAN Sustainability Agenda, which are going to be very important because these agendas are sort of determining the way forward for ASEAN. I'll be also touching on the priorities of Indonesia's 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship, and I will end my briefing by touching on the ASEAN leaders' declaration on ASEAN as an epicentrum of growth. With permission, Excellency, let me jump very quickly to the agenda. Let me first touch, can I have the next slide? Yes. To the recapping on the relevant outcomes and the directives from the 42nd ASEAN Summit, which was held in Labuan Bajo in May. And these outcomes are the final deliverables at the forthcoming 43rd ASEAN Summit that you're going to see coming in September in 1 week's time. I want to highlight to you the outcomes are including, number one, the support of Indonesia's ASEAN Chairmanship under the theme ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. Number two is also among the many action documents adopted by the leaders. These are statements and declaration on the development of the regional electric vehicle ecosystem and the development of the ASEAN's communities post-2025 vision, as well as there is also the commitment towards the adoption, towards the roadmap of Timor-Leste full membership in ASEAN in its annexes. I would also like to highlight that during the summit, we also welcome the climate action and decarbonization efforts under the ASEAN Economic Community, and that included circular economy for AEC. It included the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. It also included the implementation of the ASEAN leaders' declaration on blue economy and also sustainable aviation fuels. Particularly for energy sector, the leaders also reiterated ASEAN's commitment to pursuing sustainable energy security and they look forward to the declaration on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity, as well as looking forward to the initiation of the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines Power Integration Project. In short, we call it the BIMP-PIP. Next slide, please. Excellencies, the rise in the policy regulations related to climate change and industrial policy in the developed world, they are now already currently, we are feeling they are presenting challenges as well as opportunities for the ASEAN region. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, as well as the various related climate regulations in the EU, including the Inflation Reduction Act enacted in the US, as well as reactions to these policies may all alter global trade as well as capital flows, though we all know that the impact right now is still unclear, but we need to be prepared for what's coming. ASEAN response as a region is captured and is represented by several frameworks which has been developed under the ASEAN Sustainability Agenda, which is ensuring that our region remains competitive and we are able to develop in a sustainable and inclusive manner. I therefore would like to provide an overview of recent developments on these ASEAN sustainability-related frameworks and initiatives in the next slides. I believe that these have direct, indirect impact to the energy sector and should be taken into consideration in our own planning and development. I'm first pleased to inform you on, next slide please, on the operationalization of the framework for circular economy for the ASEAN Economic Community. This is actually gone through the implementation plan, CEIP, which actually focuses on sectoral and cross-cutting initiatives, as well as the work program CEWP for capacity building activities. I'm happy to note that 67 initiatives for the short to medium term up to the year 2030 have been identified. And the first phase of implementation, it covers the 3 high-impact sectors, including our energy sector, along with agriculture and transportation. And maybe other sectors will be added in the coming years. In this regard, I look forward to the support of the energy sector to accomplish these initiatives. Next slide. Excellencies, I'm also pleased to share some great news on the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. This was endorsed this week by the 55th ASEAN Economic Ministers and is on course of being adopted by the AEC Council and is going to be reported to the 43rd ASEAN Summit when the leaders meet in September. This study, which is conducted by the BCG consultants, is developing the strategy estimates that ASEAN transition towards carbon neutrality would bring significant economic benefits across the entire spectrum of the region's economy, and it has been predicted potentially that $5.3 trillion in value add would be added on to the region's economy, along with 6.7 trillion of green investments and 66 million new jobs could be created in the ASEAN by 2050 if we embrace the plan forward. The climate neutrality strategy is not intended to create a new climate ambition for ASEAN. Instead, this study, it leverages on each of the national plans of each of the member states, and it brings together the region's strength and complementarities along with our member states to move together to develop regional approaches that will complement each of the ASEAN member states' NDC goals. Next, to highlight the 8 regional strategies and the 16 specific initiatives that were identified, this will cover the 4 key outcomes for ASEAN member states. These key initiatives for the energy sector under the carbon neutrality plan are basically, number 1, what has been highlighted here, you can see in yellow. Number 1 is really to enable the ASEAN feedstock pathways for biofuels, basically to capture global, not only to serve our needs, but also to be able to create stocks that we can serve and export to the rest of the world. Number 2, it's about coordinating the development of regional policies and regulations in order to support the full deployment of CCS and CCUS infrastructure in ASEAN. Number 3, it also highlights and prioritizes the regional power trading, as well as the physical interconnection and policy cooperation as an area for development. Next, Finally, it also promotes energy efficiencies and obviously conservation, which are going to be priorities which already are part of our plans under our sector. We really look forward to the crucial support from the energy sector to implement this ASEAN carbon neutral plan strategy. Next, Excellencies, in ASEAN, we are also currently developing under Indonesia's chairmanship a framework on blue economy, which is also expected to be endorsed by the AEC and the ACC councils, and it will be again adopted by ASEAN leaders at the 43rd summit. This is one of the key PEDs of Indonesia's chairmanship. The blue economy framework, it seeks an approach to create value add and value chain resources from the oceans, the seas, and fresh water in an inclusive and sustainable way, and making blue economy as a new engine for our future economic growth. This blue economy framework as an indicative sector pilot activities, including those which are particularly relevant to us, which consists of areas touching on renewable and non-renewable energy. This is a framework which is an excellent opportunity for us to align and therefore boost our energy sector's current APIC initiatives on this instance, especially touching on things like offshore wind with the framework as well, and also to explore other implementation opportunities via the post-2025 APIC plans. Next, given that the transport sector is a major contributor to GHG emissions, and success in managing emissions is key to both decarbonization and taking advantage of green growth opportunities, we are glad to confirm there's been good coordination between energy and transport sectors in initiatives such as, number one, realizing the mandate from the leaders on developing a regional EV ecosystem, and number two, a commitment on developing sustainable aviation fuels, where we are progressing with Boeing and a roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials Association to conduct a study on decarbonizing aviation sustainability in Southeast Asia. The phase one is going to be focusing on sustainable feedstock assessment in the whole of our region in cooperation with the agriculture sector, which is now ongoing. We are looking forward to reporting the progress in the coming meetings and follow up on these initiatives in the next ABAM meetings. Next, on fostering resiliencies, there have been efforts to address food and energy resiliency in ASEAN through the ongoing supply chain analysis of specific product groups on food security and energy resilience in nearing completion. The idea basically is to evaluate our supply chain bottlenecks for 10 major food and energy product groups and to identify recommendations to improve our supply chain efficiency and resiliency, especially in the light of the numerous supply chain disruptions experienced in the last few years. We are looking at 5 identified products today for energy. They include crude oil, number 2, non-crude oil, including petroleum oils, maritime fuel, bunker fuel, jet fuel, and of course diesel. Number 3, we are also looking at petroleum gases, including LNG. Number 4, we are looking at coal. And lastly, we are also looking at PV cells in order to evaluate supply chain bottlenecks and also to kind of develop recommendations to improve supply chain efficiencies and the overall energy resilience in the region. We also therefore look forward to the support and the feedback from the energy sector for this study, especially on the regional collaborative actions moving forward. Next. Excellencies, I'm also pleased to highlight that the version 2 of the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance, it was released in March this year, which is prioritizing the energy sector with respect to early development of technical screening criteria for introducing a criteria to help classify the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. The ASEAN Taxonomy is intended, as you know, to be a living document and is expected to be periodically revised to account for technological as well as scientific and economic developments. Noting, therefore, that the green category only applies for coal phase-out by the year of 2040, I would like to call upon the voice of the energy sector to please provide our views to the ongoing stakeholders consultation to validate the version 2 and to ensure that it is responsive to our energy security and also to our energy transition needs of the region. And Secretariat will work together with you to ensure this will be communicated to the respective work groups that are working on this. Next. Excellencies, I would also like to briefly touch on the promise of a very good news again on the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement. In short, we call it DEFA. This is new ongoing work in ASEAN in order to develop a comprehensive agreement, basically a legally binding agreement that will aim to create a seamless digital trade ecosystem across our region. DEFA is basically expected to position ASEAN as a leading digital community and economic bloc powered by secure and transformative digital services, technologies, and ecosystems. Now, this is going to be implementative, and this is going to be it will really help our energy sector, because the completion of this study and the preparatory work, I believe this is really going to help us in supporting our cross-border data flows, data protections. It will benefit our energy sector, particularly when we are talking on multilateral power trading for the ASEAN power grid. So a lot of it requires technologies, data, information moving through seamlessly between our borders. This DEFA agreement is going to be able to provide a lot of what I call the foundation clarity on how we're going to do that with each other. Next. Let me move on now to the status of the 2023 priority economic deliverables under Indonesia chairmanship. Chair, this slide shows you the status of the 16 PEDs under Indonesian ASEAN chairmanship that are supporting the 3 strategic trusts. As of yesterday, we have had 2 PEDs already completed, 6 substantially completed, and 8 of them are ongoing, with most likely fully delivered before the end of the year. I trust that today, 1 more PED under the energy sector will be completed, especially the one on joint declaration on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. And we'll take this opportunity once again, Chair and Excellencies, to congratulate AMEM and the Indonesian leadership in this regard. Next slide, please. Excellencies, on the way forward, please allow me to close by briefing you lastly on the proposed ASEAN Leaders Declaration on ASEAN as an epicentrum of growth. This is going to be expected to be released as a major outcome of the ASEAN Summit that's going to take place early September in Jakarta. Now, specific to the direction of the leaders on energy systems resilience, and basically the declaration will commit to accelerating just and inclusive energy transition and ensuring energy interconnectivity to achieve sustainable energy security, as well as to optimize synergy and complementarity between regional and all national efforts. The leaders are going to task energy ministers to work towards the full implementation of the ASEAN Power Grid and the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, including the conduct of a study to assess the feasibility of the cross-border electricity trade under the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines Power Integration Project. The leaders are also going to be tasking energy ministers to work with relevant ministries across transport and other economic ministers towards the establishment of the mandated regional electric vehicle ecosystem. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my presentation today. I hope that this roundup of efforts across the AEC are going to be there to help contribute and, of course, frame this week's sessions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, ASEC, for the presentation. We invite now any comments to respond to the presentation from the ASEAN Secretariat. Countries, you have the floor. If there are no further comments, we take note of the report from the ASEAN Secretariat on the cross-cutting issues in the energy sector with other sectoral bodies. Thank you. Now, let us move on the next agenda item. Agenda item 6, report on the implementation and monitoring of the 2022-2023 accomplishments under the APEC 2016-2025. Please, APEC. Okay, so now we continue that on the next agenda, we would listen to the report from our sectoral bodies about the implementation of APEC. ASCOP, the floor's issues, yeah, I invite ASEAN Council of Petroleum, ASCOP Secretary in charge to report the implementation status of the Trans-ASEAN gas pipelines.
Thank you, Excellencies Chair, Excellencies Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nam Chan Hong Nam. I'm the Secretary in charge of ASCOP. Today I'm very pleased to be able to update the meeting on the progress and the status of the TAGP and the APEC Phase 2. On the TAGP, next slide please. Next please. On the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, there are two components. The cross-border pipelines, the status unchanged. There are now 13 bilateral pipelines with slightly more than 3,600 kilometers connecting 6 ASEAN countries. And there's also a virtual pipeline which are defined by the LNG terminals. In 2023, there's an additional 1 million ton that's been added, making a total of 12 LNG regasification terminals with a total of 49.5 MTPA in 6 countries. Next, please. Well, these LNG regasification terminals are detailed. As you can see, in 2022, we have been able to add 2 projects, one in Indonesia, one in Thailand, and in 2023, there has been 1 completed in Vietnam and 3 ongoing projects, 2 of which in Philippines are due in 2023, and another one in Cambodia are due in 2025. So looking at the end of 2025, we are looking at bringing it up to nearly 60 MTPA. For the Action Plan 1.2 of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, within ASCOP, we have been organizing biannual meetings and several task force meetings to develop and consolidate information, technical database on the ASEAN gas infrastructure, which I have just presented to you. Next, please. The next action item on enhance the accessibility of the gas and LNG. There have been numerous lesson learned, sharing of the best practices. We organized trips to the Thailand Mataput LNG terminal, organized a workshop with the IEA. The workshop last year that we organized on Caught Up with the Storm, Implication of European Energy Crisis for gas market in Southeast Asia was very well received. And in 2023, we also collaborate with LNG Net to organize several training courses in Bali here in February, and there's another one coming up in Ho Chi Minh City towards the end of the year. Next, please. With the next action plan on developing a common gas market for ASEAN, Once again, several initiatives have been carried out and accomplished with presentations, with participating in many workshops, meetings like today, for example, are important to us, where we can get the guidance from the ministers and feedback to our operation. Energy Asia in June, the Vietnam Power Development Plan 8, and et cetera, et cetera. Next, please. So as you can see, on the front of the TAGP and the APEC Phase 2, all the observations and action plans have been completed and progressed very nicely. And of course, a big thanks to the end of the COVID, which makes all the activities getting back together very well. The next item that I would like to report is on the two MOU. The first one is the MOU on the TAGP. TAGP, is a Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, and the MOU is to provide a broad framework for ASEAN for the project, and which in turn helps the greater regional energy security. Now, the SOME meeting are reviewing the text of the protocol to amend the TAGP MOU, which this item is due to be extended in May 2024. So we are working towards that deadline. The next item is on the APSA. APSA is the ASEAN Petroleum Security Agreement. Its objective is to enhance petroleum security, either one country individually or collectively, and minimize exposure to the emergency situations. So this APSA has been expired March of 2023, and it has been agreed to be extended, and also the SOME endorsed a plan to prepare a successor agreement. So that concludes my report. Thank you very much, Excellency Chair. On this occasion, I would like to wish all the Excellencies good health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Askop, for the presentation. I would like to open the floor for input on TAGP projects. Is there any comments?
Chair,
please, Philippines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to join everyone in thanking you as host and chair of this first post-pandemic face-to-face meeting. And from the presentations this morning, I could see that the pandemic has not done anything to dampen the enthusiasm and warm hospitality of our Indonesian hosts. Let me commend ASCOP for its milestone achievements under the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline Program, and would like to report that the completion of 2 receiving and regasification facilities for imported LNG in the Philippines this year, and these facilities will fuel the existing natural gas power plants, as well as support the growth of variable renewable energy in our power mix. We assure you of our cooperation in what I hope ASCOP will develop as a virtual ASEAN gas pipeline. I think it is high time we think of the pipeline not purely as a physical one, but as a virtual pipeline, especially in archipelagic ASEAN. We will work closely with ASCOP and the rest of ASEAN to overcome the legal and administrative hurdles with the impending expiration of the Trans-Asian Gas Pipeline MOU. We also recommend the inclusion of natural gas in the coverage of this agreement, considering the increasing demand for natural gas in the region. Let me take also this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to commend the ASEAN Secretariat for its report. And I think we need to encourage a deeper discussion of the impact of other cross-cutting issues in ASEAN as they relate to the energy sector. Listening to the ASEAN Secretariat's report, I can see that there are many topics that are rich areas for discussion among the energy ministers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Philippines. Well, we should take note on this message from the Philippines. And is there any other additional comments? Please.
Thank you, Chair. And I would definitely, I hear from you, Minister, from Philippines, and definitely you can be assured we will constantly be very alert in terms of bringing some of these cross-cutting issues front and center to all the various relevant working committees in a very timely manner, because it's moving quite quickly. And we will assure you that this is something we are going to be there also taking care of our interests for you within the various working committees happening across the three pillars. Chair, I would also like to, after hearing the discussion just now, I would also like to emphasize that maybe there's a need for us to ensure that some form of energy agreement or a framework for regional emergency response mechanism is maintained within ASEAN. I mean, I'm noting that the current APSA, it basically focuses on oil, and therefore it's an opportunity for us is also to consider possibly a mechanism for gas and how that could also potentially be addressed in the amendment protocol. And the other thing, of course, may not be politically correct, but we all know that the most abundant fuel in our region is coal. And maybe even we need to address how some form of resiliency mechanism for coal fuel could also be addressed when we are doing those amendments. I think we just have to be practical and realistic about the requirements of our region today. I also like to affirm that ASEC, along with ACE, we are and we will be supporting SOME and ESCOP to facilitate the renewable protocols to amend the two agreements, the APSA and the TAGP. I also like to recommend that a high-level mandate to the AMEM's relevant sectoral bodies from all of you would really help provide a swift impetus for us to be able to move together quickly to extend and conclude the two ASEAN energy agreements, including the ability for us to obtain all the necessary and timely support for the ASEAN member states to obtain the domestic approval involving all ministries. I think because it goes beyond just our energy sector, it will touch the Foreign Affairs and Attorney General's office. So hope all that momentum under the leadership of Your Excellencies, the push is there for us to get this going quickly. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there any others? Thailand, please.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. First of all, Thailand appreciates Indonesia as an AMEM chair for the excellent arrangement and warm hospitality in hosting this important event today. Regarding this session, Thailand is pleased to endorse the ESCOP report on the progress implementation status of TAGP 2023 annual milestone and congratulate on the expanded regional regasification capacity. We support ESCOP cooperation program, particularly in maintaining the role of natural gas to facilitate and balance transition, encouraging the development of ASEAN common gas market and promoting gas utilization for cleaner and low carbon pathway is essential. In this occasion, Thailand is delighted to endorse the final draft of extension and amendment of TAGP MOU and support the subsequent plan to sign the MOU before its expiration date. Thank you.
Thank you, Tai. Secretariat, please take the notes. We will follow up. Is there any other additional inputs? Please. Well, I think we think that beside natural gas, we should also think about the future clean energy that we can connect together. Yeah, for instance, like hydrogen, green or ammonia. Yeah, but probably the technology will reach the establishment, and that we can consider this to also to interconnect among ASEAN countries. Well, if there are no more additions, we note and endorse the report presented by ASCOP and further task ASCOP to proceed further implementation to TAGP projects, including the extension and amendment of TAGP MOU, as well as to provide updates on a regular basis. Thank you. We may now proceed to the next agenda. For the agenda item 6.2, we will listen to the progress of the ASEAN Power Grid program update presented by the heads of ASEAN Power Utilities Authorities, or HAPUA. HAPUA, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair.
Please be close to the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republik Indonesia. Yang berhormat Pehindatul Laila Raja, Major General Besara, Datuk Paduka Seri Haji Awang Halbi bin Haji Muhammad Yusof, Minister at the Prime Minister's Office and Second Minister of Defence, Negara Brunei Darussalam. Your Excellencies, Honorable ASEAN members, State Representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, Salam Sejahtera, and a very good morning. The HAPUA Council had convened a meeting on the 15th of August 2023 to deliberate on the matters for HAPUA action pertaining to the APAEC Action Plans Phase 2. Herewith in this presentation, we will cover the deliberations made. Next slide, please. The outline of this presentation is as follows. 1. The overall summary of the implementation status of 2023 annual milestones under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation APAEC Phase 2. Number 2, the developments for ASEAN Power Grid APG MOU. And 3, the progress on the APAEC Action Plans Phase 2 and annual priorities covered in the activities of the 5 HAPUA working groups. Next slide, please. Firstly, we will go through the various progress on the APAEC Action Plans Phase 2 and annual priorities. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin by presenting the current progress of each outcome-based strategy in the APAEC Phase 2 2021 to 2025. From the 14 annual priorities, 2 are considered completed, 3 are in progress, and the remaining 9 are still planned. Hence, we will need to rearrange our resources and double our efforts to expedite annual targets from 2022, as well as keeping the targets for 2023 achievable. The details of the status of each outcome-based strategies, action plans, and annual priorities will be explained in the coming slides. Next slide, please. Outcome-based strategy 1 is to accelerate the completion of APG projects and initiate the expansion of multilateral electricity trading. Action Plan 1.1 is currently in progress. A virtual meeting between ACE and HAPUA was held in May 2023 to complete updating the studies for phases 1, capacity expansion planning, and 2, grid performance analysis, as well as to start phase 3, multilateral electricity trade. The third phase of AIMS-3 is anticipated to begin in Q4 2023 and end in Q3 2024. Action Plan 1.2 is also in progress. The current activities are to continue the engagement with USTDA and US consultant firms to secure the grant for conducting the ASEAN Regional Interconnection Feasibility Study. The commencement of the feasibility study is planned by October 2023, starting with the Indonesia-Malaysia cross-border interconnections. Action Plan 1.3 is considered complete. Several training and knowledge sharing sessions have been conducted, including APEC training program on accessing project finance for energy infrastructure held in Lao PDR in March 2023. ASEAN System Operative Forum is being completed in Yogyakarta, and ACE is currently developing the concept note for capacity building in technical, regulatory, and financial aspects. Next slide, please. Next is Outcome-Based Strategy 2, which is to work on institutional framework and regulatory capacity as minimum requirements to advance multilateral electricity trading. This is to enable and enhance multilateral power trading. We can report that Action Plan 2.1 established intergovernmental coordination and facilitation mechanism and to develop institutional and regulatory capacities of the MPT APG institutions is currently on track. For this annual priority, ERIA, ACE, and Nord Pool are engaged to conduct the study on enabling intergovernmental agreements. The terms of reference for the study is in its final stage. On Action Plan 2.2, assessing the need and feasibility of existing and new regional institutions for implementing multilateral power trade. This is currently in progress so far with APG consultative meetings conducted on 19th June 2023 during the 41st SOME 2023. The meeting suggested the detailed roles of APG existing bodies to be reflected in the TOR of the APG MOU renewal discussion. As for Action Plan 2.3, develop dispute settlement mechanisms. This is currently on track, where ARN Working Group 2 has prepared the first draft of high-level outline of dispute mechanism. Action Plan 2.4, analyze appropriate trade models for regional electricity market, is currently also in progress. This is included in the scope of studies of AIMS-3 Phase 3 multilateral market analysis, which is currently ongoing, where ACE has developed the terms of reference for AIMS-3 Phase 3, which cover the scope in determining the trading model for ASEAN. Next slide, please. For Outcome-Based Strategy 3, work on harmonizing the minimum technical requirements to advance multilateral electricity trading. Our report is as follows. Annual priorities for each action plans 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5 are in progress. These action plans are included in the scope of studies of AIMS-3 Phase 3 multilateral market analysis. Action Plan 3.6, strengthen grid resilience and modernization by enhancing power system reliability and quality assessment methods in the region, has been completed. HAPO Working Group 3, Project Number 1, has conducted a 2-day workshop on 26th and 7th June 2023 regarding advanced asset analytics on primary assets. Next slide, please. And finally, for the Outcome-Based Strategy 4, explore integrating renewable energy and other digital developments into the ASEAN power grid. The annual priorities for 2022 will be carried over to 2023 solely for Action Plan 4.1. I'm happy to report the AIMS-3 Phase 1 and 2 were concluded in July 2023 and is currently under the final review from HAPWA and AMS, with findings reported to the 41st SOME meeting. While the actions for Action Plans 4.2, i.e. to conduct consultative meeting or workshop to develop the study and conduct the study on the expansion of APG by considering flexible resources, are currently in progress. These action plans are included as part of AIMS-3 Phase 3 multilateral market analysis studies. And for Action Plan 4.3, conduct workshop and/or training on smart grid implementation in APG. This has been completed with a workshop conducted on variable renewable energy VRE smart microgrid integration. Next slide, please. Next is an update on the developments for ASEAN Power Grid APG MOU. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the following are some key highlights of the ASEAN Power Grid APG consultative meeting held on the 19th of June. As per the ASEAN Power Grid APG consultative meeting on the role of APG bodies, it was agreed to recommend tasking the APG Consultative Committee, APGCC, as the lead body to prepare the successor APG MOU, and was suggested that the Papua Secretariat and ACE work together as a technical secretariat. It was also agreed to reflect the general roles of APG-related bodies and suggested that the detailed roles of the APG-related bodies be reflected in a reference document. On the extension or renewal of the APG MOU, it was agreed to recommend the extension of the current MOU for 2 years to prepare the successor MOU and tasked ASEC and ACE to prepare a detailed timeline for the preparation of the successor MOU. We are pleased to also inform you that SOMIE has agreed to start the signing process of the Instrument of Extension for the ASEAN Power Grid Memorandum of Understanding. We understand that Indonesia, Laos PDR, and Brunei Darussalam has obtained the Instrument of Full Powers and will commence the signing soonest. The remaining AMS will have the signing through a referendum without circulation of the text. Next slide, please. Next is some high-level highlights on the progress of the APEC Action Plans Phase 2 and annual priorities covered in the various activities of the 5 HAPWA working groups. Next slide. In this slide, we would like to report the progress of HAPWA Working Group 2023 as reported in 37th HAPWA Working Committee meeting on the 14th of August 2023. For HAPWA Working Group 1, currently there are 2 studies still in progress and 6 studies have been completed. As reported by HAPWA Working Group 2, the LTMS PIP has traded a total of 265 gigawatt-hour of electricity with power purchase amount of up to 100 megawatts through the existing interconnection system between Laos PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, planned to COD on 2022-2023. HAPWA Working Group 3 currently have 3 projects currently ongoing related to asset management, managing distribution network reliability, and smart grid. For HAPWA Working Group 4, there are 2 projects currently in progress related to the ASEAN multilateral trades and ASEAN low carbon power. While for HAPWA Working Group 5, 33 out of 39 activities are reported to have been completed so far in 2023. Next slide, please. Your Excellencies, Honorable ASEAN Member State Representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of my report as HAPWA Council Chair. With this, I would like to kindly invite ASEAN Center of Energy, ACE, to provide a brief summary of the AIMS 3 Phase 1 and 2 update, and the ASEAN Secretariat to recap the status of the AMS Instrument of Full Power, IFPs, and options of the modalities for signing the IOE. Thank you.
HAPWA, should we finish? Or?
Apologies, Your Excellency Chair. Apologies, Your Excellency Chair. We have, by that, completed my report for the HAPWA Council Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HAPWA, for your presentation. Now, we would like to open the floor for input on the APG projects. Are there any comments? Yes, please, Malaysia, and followed by Brunei and Indonesia. Please, Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. As this is the first time that Malaysia is taking the floor, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to the government of Indonesia for the warm welcome and hospitality. With regards to the report of the Papua Council, I would like to thank Brunei as the chair for sharing the report on the progress of ASEAN cooperation on regional power integration. The insights provided underscore our collective dedication to achieving a resilient and integrated energy landscape in the ASEAN region in support of the ASEAN power grid. Malaysia commends the efforts undertaken by Papua Council in achieving the 2023 milestones within the APG program area. The updates on Papua's work, as well as the progress of the working committee and working groups, illustrates our commitment in translating collaboration into tangible results. The updates of the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Study, AIMS 3 Phase 3, and other significant APG-related projects are indicative of our shared aspiration to create a seamless and interconnected power network access across ASEAN. Furthermore, the briefing on the overall implementation and status update of the APG MOU since its signing in 2007 is pivotal. The instrument of extension for the current APG MOU and the ongoing development of a successor APG MOU underlines our commitment to sustain and enhance regional power integration. As we are all aware, the acceleration of renewable energy adoption, as well as the higher energy prices today, make APG much more realizable for this era. Malaysia is committed to expedite the review and signing process for the instrument of extension of the TAGP MOU. The Lao PDR Thailand Malaysia LTM and Lao PDR Thailand Malaysia Singapore LTMS Power Interconnection Project marks significant milestone for ASEAN. I sincerely believe that this project has been greatly beneficial in understanding on cross-border electricity trading and strengthening the grid interconnectivity in the ASEAN region. On this note, Malaysia is committed to ensure the successful implementation of LTMS PIP, as this exemplifies the ASEAN spirit of collaboration that underpins our regional energy endeavours and pave the way for other APG initiatives such as the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines Power Interconnection Project, or BIMP-PIP. As for BIMP-PIP, Malaysia would like to commend Indonesia for their efforts to enhance energy security through interconnectivity in the region by pursuing interconnection between and among BIMP countries. We believe this initiative will strengthen cross-border multilateral power trade, increase renewable energy share in the total primary energy supply and installed power capacity, as well as improve the economic development of the ASEAN region. I would also like to highlight that the Malaysian government has recently unveiled an enhanced renewable energy capacity target, aiming to raise it from 40% in 2030 to a remarkable 70% by the year 2050. This substantial increase underscores our commitment to scaling up renewable energy capacity. To achieve this, Malaysia has undertaken bold steps, such as the removal of the existing export ban on renewables to facilitate cross-border power trade. This also encompasses the establishment of a renewable energy exchange system, positioning Malaysia as a regional nucleus for renewable energy trade while bolstering the APG initiative. The significant progress towards regional power integration reaffirms our shared determination to build a sustainable and interconnected energy future for ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now we turn to Excellency Brunei.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning.
Salam.
Esteemed honorable colleagues, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege for me to be able to participate in my first physical ASEAN Ministers on Energy meetings today. It was also an honor for me that Brunei Darussalam is the host country for the heads of ASEAN Power Utilities Authorities, APUA, this year, has successfully chaired the 37th Hapua Working Committee meeting and the 39th Hapua Council meeting last week. As this is my first time taking the floor during this meeting, I wish to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, Chair of the 41st MM, for your great hospitality and the excellent conduct of this week's Energy Ministerial meeting here in beautiful island of Bali. Indeed, the region has seen much growth over the years, with the world recovering from the unprecedented impacts from the global challenges, including COVID-19, geopolitical tension, and instability in the market. Recalling the Bandar Seri Begawan Joint Declaration of the 39th MM on energy security and energy transition, it is imperative that we take concrete actions in enhancing our energy resilience and energy security whilst promoting an inclusive and just energy transition. It is with delight for me to note as well on Indonesia's chairmanship, which keeps a focus on sustainable energy transition to enhance energy security. I look forward to the adoption of the joint declaration of the 41st ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting on sustainable energy security through the interconnectivity later today, which will act as one of the key documents in supporting the advancement of cross-border energy infrastructure in the region. Brunei Darussalam applauds Indonesia on spearheading the initiative to establish a pilot project to study the potential cross-border power grid interconnectivity in the BIM Iaga sub-region. We are delighted to share that progress has been made with our neighbor, Sarawak, on a potential power interconnection between Brunei Darussalam and Malaysia. The potential import of hydropower from Sarawak will also support the use of renewable energy for power generation. I look forward to the further discussion by our respective bodies in materializing this collaboration. Before I conclude, I would also like to commend Hapua for the achievements under the ASEAN Power Grid. With the extension of the ASEAN Memorandum of Understanding on the ASEAN Power Grid, I encourage the respective bodies, including Hapua, APGCC, and AERN, to continue working closely together with the ASEAN Secretariat and the ASEAN Center for Energy in ensuring the fruitful implementation of activities under the MOU. Thank you, Your Excellency Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, okay. Are there any further additional notes or comments? Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to comment on the progress in the APG and the initiation of the BIM PIP and the expansion of the LTMS to include Cambodia. Now, given the success of this pathfinding role, the Secretariat, along with Hapua and ACE, will be happy to work to support the renewable or extension of the MOU on the ASEAN Power Grid, as you all know, is going to be expiring in May of next year. ASEC views this MOU as an important document signaling to our partners and to all stakeholders that ASEAN is staying on the course on our desire to develop the ASEAN Power Grid and to use the multilateral power trade as a means for increasing, number one, our electricity supply resilience, and number two, on enlarging the market for renewable energies in the region via the grid. We also like to affirm that ASEC, along with ACE, we are going to support SOME as well as APGCC to facilitate the renewal of the protocol to amend the APG MOU in 2024. We also confirm that ASEC, ASEAN Secretariat, we will similarly help to find resources for the ASEAN to expand the APG project such that the mechanism for multilateral trade will be deepened and expanded to all other AMSs, and the market-making potential of the APG is supported. We will also like to acknowledge that the next year's chairmanship is also going to be focusing on strengthening both electricity and gas market connectivities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, if there is no other comments or guidance from Excellency Ministers, that we can endorse the report presented by Hapua, and then further task Hapua to proceed with the necessary action for the implementation of LTMS and BIMP, PIP, and provide updates on a regular basis. Thank you. Now, on the next agenda, item 6.3, we will listen to the report from SOMECHAIR, Indonesia, on the progress of cooperation under the subsector networks in achieving the accomplishment target of APEC Phase 2. Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to brief you on the SOME report to the 41st AMEM. Next slide, please. We will report some key achievements and progress of ASEAN cooperation in the energy sector that we have this year. Next slide, please. First, this year we have priority economy deliverable and energy priorities under the AEC blueprint. Second, we have annual milestone of the APEC Phase 2. Next slide, please. In terms of joint declaration, we have finalized joint declaration of the 41st AMEM on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity that we hope will be adopted in this AMEM meeting. We have achieved several key cross-sectoral cooperation in the energy sector, including ASEAN strategy on carbon neutrality, critical mineral study for ASEAN, and master plan of ASEAN connectivity 2025. Energy sector is important in the cross-sectoral initiative. Next slide, please. This year, we have completed 8 ASEAN Power Grid interconnection. This interconnection will help us increase PRE utilization. We also note the establishment of LTMS PIP as first multilateral power trade. We hope it can be followed by the BMP PIP initiative. We have identified 18 interconnection projects and 62 PRE sites to advance the APG. We still encourage new initiative across border transmission project. Next step is to complete APG roadmap and accelerate the implementation. Next slide, please. We note that ASEAN has successfully built 11 LNG regasification terminals in 5 countries and 13 bilateral pipelines in 6 countries. We encourage more initiative development of Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline. In our joint declaration, we agreed to complete all TAGP projects toward 2045. We also pushed the completion of new APSA and the update of TAGP master plan. Next slide, please. This year, CCUS development is still in the study and workshop stage. We support further implementation of CCUS development in the Clean Coal Technology Program. Our next action are refocusing CCT program, improving regional interconnectivity on CCUS, and seeking cross-sectoral collaboration. Next slide, please. We have 12 CCUS projects at initial stage in the natural gas sector that will be operated by 2025. It is important for ASEAN member states to address policy, regulation, and storage of CCUS development. Next slide, please. This year, we have completed the harmonization of EE&C standard and labeling. We also conducted several private sector engagement and capacity building. In the future, we will support energy efficiency in the industry and transport sector through biofuels, EP, and digitalization. Next slide, please. In terms of renewable energy development, this year we have reached 14.4% share of renewable energy, while target is 23% by 2025. To increase renewable energy share, we need a long-term ASEAN renewable energy roadmap. Next slide, please. We are developing renewable energy roadmap in transportation, industry, and power generation sector. The objective is to accelerate renewable energy implementation, including infrastructure development, grid enhancement, cross-border connectivity, and demand-side management. Next slide, please. In terms of regional energy policy and planning, we have developed ASEAN Energy Outlook and Blueprint and foster more cooperation with EU and ADB. Our next target is to complete ASEAN Energy Outlook 8 in 2024 as a basis for the next APEC. Next slide, please. This is the summary of all APEC Phase 2 midterm review achievement. We still need to work together and make significant effort on energy security and resiliency, a just sustainable energy transition, and cross-sectoral issues. Next slide, please. For civilian nuclear energy, this year, ASEAN member state has conducted international cooperation with Korea Nuclear Association and capacity building with Japan Atomic Energy Agency and World Nuclear Association. Our future program, including assessment of modern nuclear technology and cooperation in nuclear waste disposal. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to report ASEAN cooperation in the energy sector with dialogue partners and international organizations. Next slide, please. Cooperation with IEA, we have made progress on energy efficiency, the ASEAN Power Grid, and CCUS. Indonesia have initiated to conduct the workshop on critical minerals, opportunities and challenges for ASEAN with IEA to assess the potential of supporting energy storage ecosystem. Next slide, please. Cooperation with IRENA, we conduct the publication of renewable energy studies, capacity building activities, and establishment of the ACE-IRENA cooperation work plan, including study on green hydrogen. Next slide, please. Cooperation with International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, we have conducted survey to identify potential cooperation areas. With ADB, we held the first ASEAN ADB Energy Dialogue, capacity building in financing energy transition, and the discussion of MOU to advance APG initiatives. Next slide, please. Now with ASEAN Plus 3. Japan, we have conducted cooperation in renewable energy, EENC, CCT, and CCU, and nuclear development. Korea, we have conducted cooperation of EENC in industrial and transport sector. China, we have conducted ASEAN Clean Energy Capacity Building Program. With East Asia Summit, we have finished wind power feasibility study between Brunei Darussalam and Korea, energy audit to verify energy distribution system by Japan and Thailand, the EAS Clean Energy Forum with China, and clean energy study with area. We also have new initiative with Australia ASEAN Energy Dialogue, Japan-led Asia Zero Emission Community, ASEC, ASEAN-Russia Energy Cooperation Work Plan, and SMART Program SPP with the US. We appreciate SPP program with US has advanced with the next commitment of $3 million to support APEC program. Next slide, please. In addition, we have direct cooperation with Japan with the establishment of ASEAN-Japan Energy Efficiency Partnership Program, EGIP, Energy Conservation Workshop under EGIP, and the ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Technology Roadmap. With the United States, we have created the third US Energy Exchange and ASEAN US Work Plan for Energy Cooperation. Next slide, please. Cooperation with the European Union, we have the first ASEAN-EU Energy Dialogue, EU-ASEAN Green Initiative, and the proposed ASEAN-EU Energy Cooperation Work Plan. With Russia, we are currently in discussion to develop project on natural gas expansion and capacity building. Next slide, please. That's all we could report to you, Excellencies, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your attention. We hope Excellency Minister could provide endorsement on this report.
Thank you, Indonesia. Now, I would like to open the floor for any input on the report presented by Indonesia. Singapore, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. I apologize for my husky voice and also my slight delay in arriving for the conference as I'm nursing a cold. It's indeed a pleasure to attend AMEM in person this year. This is the first physical AMEM in 4 years since Thailand's chairmanship in 2019. Our strong collaboration throughout COVID-19 is testament to the strong ASEAN spirit of collaboration and cooperation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Indonesia for their leadership as chairman and for the excellent hospitality arrangements in Bali. I would also like to welcome His Excellency from Timor-Leste, who is attending AMEM for the first time. To achieve net zero, we must maximize the rich renewable energy potential in Southeast Asia. We must stimulate clean energy investment flows, as well as generate new green jobs. As we embark, the ASEAN itself should accelerate efforts to achieve our target of 35% renewable energy share in installed power capacity by 2025. We must catalyze clean energy investments by the private sector and promote efforts in innovation, as well as the adoption of clean energy technologies. And that is why Singapore welcomes the Joint Declaration on Sustainable Energy Security through Interconnectivity, because this outlines the importance of our key regional interconnectivity projects. Cross-border energy trading will help accelerate our respective countries' energy transitions and will also strengthen energy resilience across the region. And there is healthy commercial interest for such projects. The ASEAN Power Grid continues to be a cornerstone initiative for the region, and this is a vision that we should continue to work towards. The Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project is a testament to the possibilities of multilateral cross-border power trade in Southeast Asia. We look forward to working closely with fellow ASEAN members to develop more such cross-border power trading initiatives. As we embark on our transition journeys, we should also continue to welcome collaborations with our dialogue partners as well as international organizations. We are delighted to announce that Singapore and IRENA will co-host a high-level forum on regional interconnectivity for net zero at the Singapore International Energy Week in October this year. We will continue to deepen our partnership with these important stakeholders. Lastly, we are pleased to note the progress of activities conducted this year under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, the APAEC, Phase 2 from 2021 to 2025. As chair of the Regional Energy Policy and Planning Sub-Sector Network, Singapore will continue to work with ASEAN member states on charting the next phase of the APAEC. And I look forward to sharing more about the work that we have done together at the next AMEM in 2024. Thank you. Terima kasih, Bapak.
Thank you, Excellency. And then welcome again to Bali. Now we turn to Thailand and then next coming Vietnam. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. Thailand noted the SOM Chair report to the 41mm and commend all subsector network and specialized energy bodies for their outstanding contribution in implementing APEX Phase 2 strategies with tangible outcome and progress. In this occasion, Thailand would like to urge all ASEAN member states and subsector networks to pay higher attention on our energy intensity reduction target of 32% in 2025, together with renewable energy share target of 23% in 2025. For this, we need our united effort from all AMS and subsector networks to mobilize not only technical expertise on decarbonization techniques like CCUS, green hydrogen, but also financial resources, together with regulatory framework in cooperation with dialogue partners and international organizations to help accelerate the achievement of key outcomes in the APEX 7 program area to maintain the vitality to our regional economy and energy sector. We believe this collaborative effort will drive us toward a low carbon economy, meeting carbon neutrality target, and accomplish APEX Phase 2 objectives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency Thailand. Now we turn to Vietnam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank the Indonesian for your welcome. And secondly, I would like to thank the SOM Chairman for his informative presentation on the activities that have carried out by the working groups within the framework of ASEAN energy cooperation of the past year. I would like to acknowledge the effort of the coordinating country of ICA working group and ASEAN member state, together with the ASEAN Secretariat and the ASEAN Center of Energy, in successfully achieving the excellent result as reported. At the 42nd ASEAN Summit held in May 2023, ASEAN countries welcomed and adopted the Circular Economy Action Plan for the ASEAN Economic Community and the conceptual document of an ASEAN strategic development for carbon neutrality in order to support the implementation of ASEAN climate actions and effort into carbon neutrality. In addition, ASEAN countries also reaffirmed their commitment to pursue sustainable energy security goals by strengthening connectivity and promoting energy transition, and encourage the continuing energy connectivity cooperation among ASEAN countries through the developing of the ASEAN power grid and ASEAN gas pipeline. The proportion indicated in the result of the It doesn't work. Okay, it works. The proportion of the report of SOM Chairman indicate the positive contribution of each ASEAN member state in effort to increase the share of renewable energy in the power system, along with effort to use energy economically and efficiently. The energy transition requires the transformation of the whole energy system through the conversion of fossil energy source to clean energy. The actual energy development situation in the ASEAN region shows that the energy system is highly dependent on fossil fuel sources such as coal and oil. Therefore, the energy transition should be also develop a plan to deploy clean coal technology, carbon capture, utilization and storage technology in the energy industry. To achieve energy security goal through regional grid connectivity to ensure reliable and sustainable energy supply, ASEAN countries need to enhance the role of regional power market and across-border links to optimize energy resource allocation and promote power trade. The amendment and extension of ASEAN document includes APSA, APG MOU, TAPG MOU, are necessary and relevant in the context of regional and global energy transition in order to support the achievement of ASEAN regional energy goal. On that basis, Vietnam highly appreciates the effort of ASEAN Secretariat, the ASEAN Center of Energy, and the specialized working group who have made effort to organize consultation meeting and conduct the process of revising and expanding the document mentioned above. I also hope that the working group and each ASEAN country will make efforts and be more active in participating and coordinating to complete activity agreed in the 5-year work plan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vietnam. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption of the sound systems. So I ask the technician to overcome these troubles. Well, we are also asking if there are any other additional comments. So in case there's no other comments, then we take note of the reports presented by SOME Chair and appreciation to all the subsector network and specialized bodies of energy sector for the accomplishment under APEC Phase 2. So let us move to the next agenda item again. Now we are entering the agenda item 7. We will listen to the brief from Singapore as the REPPSSN chair on the outcomes of the midterm review of the APEC Phase 2. Excellency, the floor is yours, or Singapore, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Your Excellency, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, would like to present the agenda item 6, APEC Phase 2, 2021-2025 midterm review. Next slide, please. The highlight of this outline will be APEC Phase 2 midterm review, as well as the preparation for the next phase of APEC 2026-2035. Next slide. The performance scorecard reflects the notable advancements of the implementation of the APEC Phase 2 during its initial 2 years. And the overall MTR scores stand at a 4.3 out of 5, indicating commendable progress. And in terms of annual milestone, a significant 75% has been successfully accomplished, and totaling 124 completed milestones. And the remaining 25%, approximately 41 milestones, are currently in progress and are proceeding according to plan. Next slide. We observe that 9 out of 18 interconnection projects recommended by AIM3 are currently operational. A notable achievement is the commencement of LTMS PIP last year, which has facilitated the trading of around 270 gigawatt-hour of electricity under this initiative, Your Excellencies. And in terms of the APG program, there are significant challenges to address. These include determining the priority of interconnection, integrating variable renewable energy, or VRE, and strategizing to meet the minimum requirements of MPT. And to overcome these challenges, it is crucial to expand the APG into potential sub-regions such as PIMP. Feasibility studies based on AIM3 findings for interconnection projects should be conducted. Additionally, establishing financial frameworks and maintaining coordination among APG-related entities are essential to fulfill the minimum MPT requirements. Next slide. On the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, we have successfully established 13 cross-border pipelines interconnecting 6 countries alongside 12 regasification terminals, boosting a cumulative capacity of 49.5 MTPA. And some other achievement in the finalization of the small-scale LNG regional feasibility report, along with the various collaborative efforts involving workshops and capacity building initiatives with partners. In the course of its execution, it has become apparent that ASEAN must devise a comprehensive strategy to enhance and broaden its gas infrastructure. And at the same time, it needs to tackle the declining trajectory of natural gas production and the resultant price fluctuation. In light of these challenges, several recommendations have been pinpointed. This encompasses revising the TAGP Master Plan, conducting an evaluation of the ASEAN Petroleum Security Agreement, or APSA, for potential enhancement, including the feasible integration of natural gas consideration. Furthermore, cross-sectoral cooperation should be addressed to drive the advancement of decarbonization technologies, Your Excellencies. Next slide. On the clean coal technology, a total installed power capacity of 18.9 gigawatt was achieved through CCT, both supercritical and ultra-supercritical, along with the operation of 13 coal biomass co-firing plants, contributing to a combined capacity of 7.3 gigawatt. Notably, improvements were observed in practice and knowledge-sharing initiatives such as the ASEAN Coal Awards and ASEAN COE CCT. These advancements were complemented by high-level policy dialogues and strategic reports focusing on coal's evolving role in the energy transition. Additionally, ASEAN took steps towards the deployment of carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS technologies. Recognizing the continued importance of coal in the ASEAN energy landscape, certain challenges emerge, including the pressure of phase-out coal and the necessity to assess the feasibility and readiness of decarbonization technology. And moving ahead, ASEAN should devise a comprehensive strategy for coal's role in a just transition, Your Excellencies. This strategy should encompass evaluating the impact of coal transition, decarbonizing the coal value chain, and implementing effective carbon reduction management strategies. Next slide. On the energy efficiency and conservation, ASEAN achieved a 24.5% reduction in energy use intensity by 2021, but the projection is only 29.2% by 2025. This means there is a gap in reaching the goal of 32% reduction target in APAC by 2025. They've made effort to make buildings more energy efficient and have started working on improving energy efficiency in transportation and industry. Closing the gap in energy reduction is a top priority for ASEAN. Boosting the energy efficiency and conservation initiative in ASEAN would involve strengthening innovative financing methods and promoting collaboration across different sectors. Priorities for ASEAN going forward include switching to cleaner fuels and better energy management in transportation and industry, as well as embracing digitalization. Next slide. In regard with the renewable energy activities, in 2021, ASEAN reached 14.4% share of RE in the total primary energy supply and 33.6% share in installed power capacity. It is expected that the installed power capacity will reach 37.9% by 2025, Your Excellencies. But the RE share in the total primary energy supply is projected to only reach 17.5%. This leaves a big gap in achieving the goal of 23% share of RE in the energy mix. While more work is needed, there has been notable progress in achieving APAC goals. This includes releasing the second RE outlook last year, starting the ASEAN Renewable Energy Long-Term Roadmap, and collaborating with partners on workshops, studies, and capacity buildings. To reach the APAC RE targets, ASEAN must increase investment and capabilities in RE, especially focusing on the energy-intensive industry and transport sectors. Recommendations include concentrating on RE strategies in these sectors and outlining comprehensive RE strategies in the ASEAN RE long-term roadmap. Next slide. On the REPP, collaborating with various development partners and international organizations has led to improvement in regional energy policy and planning. Include the establishment of platforms like SOME ADB and SOME EU Dialogue. Last year, ACE achieved a milestone by releasing the 7th ASEAN Energy Outlook, which served as a fundamental reference for understanding the energy landscape in ASEAN. As we look ahead, we recognize challenges impacting the region's energy security and resilience. These include limited investment options, financial schemes, and a lack of strategies to adapt to rapidly changing energy trends. Addressing this issue that cut across sectors is also important. The main recommendation for the regional energy policy and planning efforts involve exploring new areas of interest among ASEAN member states, enhancing energy data management for the 8th ASEAN Energy Outlook, and aligning multiple ASEAN sustainability frameworks with the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation. Next slide. Lastly, regarding the civilian nuclear energy, the program has concentrated on enhancing nuclear literacy and raising public awareness. This involves creating a nuclear portal and conducting workshop and capacity building program for specific officials from ASEAN member states. Additionally, we are committed to improving public understanding of nuclear technology choices. This includes addressing the shortage of human resources skilled in nuclear science, technology, policy, and regulation. Look into aligning nuclear regulation and license at the regional level in accordance with IAEA standards. Also investigate how nuclear energy could be used beyond large-scale power generation, such as considering small modular reactors or SMR for industrial heating and hydrogen production. Next slide. The next phase will be looking ahead to the preparation for the upcoming phase of APAC 2026-2035. A tentative timeline starting from Q3 2023 with the goal of achieving endorsement at the 43rd AMEM in August 2025, Your Excellencies. There will be several consultation meetings for the APEC Drafting Committee from 2024-2025. And we've taken note of the possibility of using the finding from ASEAN Energy Outlook 8 as a foundation for developing the APEC 2026-2035. In the short term, ACE will aim to nominate an ADC member from member state through SOME and REPP SSN in Q4 2023. With that, I conclude the presentation, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ace. Thank you also, Singapore. Now I'm inviting for having any comments. Indonesia and Laos. Please, Laos first.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. Lao PDR acknowledge the progress made in the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, APEC, particularly under the APEC program area and the 2023 priority, and the outcome of the midterm review of the APEC Phase 2 2021 to 2025, which sets out ambitious targets and initiatives to enhance energy security and sustainability. We look forward to the continued cooperation under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, which contributes to increased cooperation on sustainable development in the energy sector among ASEAN member states. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lau. Now, Indonesia.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Chair. Indonesia would like to thank Singapore and ACE for the outcome of APEC midterm review that shows excellent achievement by ASEAN member states in implementing the action plan of each program area. Indonesia would like to suggest the establishment of the IMP working group can incorporate it as one of the activities under the program area 1 ASEAN Power Grid in upcoming cycle of the APEC. In addition, as a response to the energy transition where CCS and CCUS is part of the technology to decarbonize, Indonesia would like to encourage the discussion of this particular topic to be extended beyond program area 3 of the APEC Clean Coal Technology. The oil and gas sector currently is in a more mature state to adopt this type of technology compared to the coal industry. We hope that the coal sector will follow the deployment of this technology. Therefore, we suggest APOC and ASCOP work closely in this area as part of the ASEAN decarbonization effort in the next cycle of APEC. Thank you, and back to you, Excellency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other? If there are no more comments, we can adopt the outcome of the APEC Phase 2 midterm review. Thank you. Now we turn to the agenda item number 8. Agenda item 8 is the preparation for the ministerial meetings with dialogue partners and international organizations. We will look at the agendas of AMEM meetings with dialogue partners, among other US, IRENA, and +3 countries with us. We will also review the updates on other 2023 ASEAN Chair-led initiatives relevant to ASEAN +3 cooperation, including the forthcoming APT leader statement on developing an electric vehicle ecosystem, as well as the draft agenda and chairman statement of the 17th East Asia Summit Energy Ministerial Meetings. May I invite the ASEAN Secretariat to brief us on the agendas as well as the GMS. Asek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We are now sharing with everyone the provisional agenda that's already been cleaned up, and everyone's inputs have been incorporated into the agenda. I'm just sharing with everyone. The first one, this is with the US. Right? We're going to, okay, so for this, if I could open the floor, if there has been any other inputs needed, but generally this is what we have agreed. Yeah? Thank you, Chair. Yeah. For the next, can we go to the next one? With Arena, can we also scroll through the session? Yes. After the work activities, the round table and write up, yeah. Just go up again. Just go up again, yes. Okay. Again, I'm open for any inputs from ministers, if there is any addition. Otherwise, Chair, we can accept this. Yeah? We move on to the next. Right? After Arena is 9.1. Of course, next, as you can see, is the agenda for the +3, and +3. We start off with opening remarks from the ministers, China, Japan, Korea, and then moving on, Timor-Leste will be invited as an observer. Okay, and then this is about it. Yeah. And our briefing to the +3, coming from the ASEAN Secretariat, followed by the report. Of course, the JMS statement, yeah. Joint ministerial statement. So this is for the +3. If you just go up again, just scroll one more time. Okay. Just scroll one more time, yeah. Again, we are open for any additional comments. If this is okay, then we can proceed. Let me show you the joint ministerial statement that again has been scrubbed, and we have actually circulated to all, including the 3 parties. This has already been cleaned by the officials, but we are open for any inputs. Just slow a bit, yeah. Don't go so fast, yeah. Slow down. So, Chair, this joint JMS has already been cleared by all parties, including our +3s. So, with everyone's permission, can we take it that this is good to go? Yeah. So we can proceed. What's next? Chair, if it's with your permission, we would like to put up right now the initiative under Indonesia, the APT leadership statement on developing on electric vehicle ecosystem. With your permission, we have put it up here for everyone to have a view. This has also been finalized and also been circulated. Yeah. This is for information circulation, so we are just showing it to everyone that this is the document that has been circulated to every member state. Yeah. The last part is, of course, this declaration. That's the important part. Okay. Finally, Chair, I would also like to have Secretary to please show on the screen the 17th East Asia Summit Energy Ministerial Meeting draft agenda. Just scroll down the agenda. You notice that on agenda item 8, it's going to be a chairman's statement. I mean, this is something we have landed on after officials have spent hours negotiating over several days. I think until late last night, I think Indonesia has confirmed that it's finally just going to land with a chairman's statement. There is no agreement on the JMS by some of the participating EAS members. So we are going to have a chairman's statement issued under agenda item 8. So this is, again, for everyone's information on the proceduring agendas and our decision on the JMS. This is for everyone's consideration. If there are any inputs from anyone. I think with that, Chair, I can hand it back to you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Asek. So, is there any other, or if there is no further input, then we can adopt the agendas of EM US, Arena, MM+3. We will also present the GMS with our partners and seek their endorsement accordingly. Next, may I invite Indonesia to brief us on the updates on other 2023 ASEAN Chair-led initiative relevant to ASEAN+3 cooperation. Please.
Thank you, Excellencies, Mr. Chair. Indonesia would like to share briefly regarding the proposed ASEAN+3 leaders' statement on developing the electric vehicle ecosystem as one of the outcome document for the 26th ASEAN+3 Summit in Jakarta, September 2023. This proposal is concrete follow-up of the previous initiative, the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Developing Regional Electric Vehicle Ecosystem, adopted at the 42nd ASEAN Summit in Labuan Bajo last May. One of the crucial aspects of the declaration is indeed the importance of the cooperation and partnership with ASEAN external partners through various ASEAN-led mechanisms, including the ASEAN+3. Within the context of APT, we have all the potential to develop a robust EP ecosystem that covers the entire value chain from upstream to downstream. Indonesia has introduced this proposal at the ASEAN +3 Foreign Minister meeting on 13 July 2023, which received general agreement from the meeting. This proposal has also been tabled during the ASEAN +3 meeting last July and APT SOM early August. In this regard, Indonesia seeks support from the all ASEAN member states for the proposal until its adoption at the ASEAN +3 summit. Indonesia also would like to seek minister concurrence to bring this proposal to the 20 AMEM +3 to seek further views and support from +3 countries. Thank you. Back to you, Excellency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I would like to open the floor for any input to the Indonesia presentation. If there is no further input, we can take note and support the APT leader statement on developing on electric vehicle ecosystem. We will also present the statement in the AMEM +3 dialogue. Thank you. And now, let us move to the next agenda item. Next, I invite ASEC to brief us on the agenda of the 17th EASMM ASEC. Please.
Chair, we did do it already just now, but if you wish, I can put it up again. Just put it up again. Yeah. So we just scroll it down, yeah. The special provision is for Timor-Leste to participate, and then after that, we are going to brief on the other matters as listed here. Okay. Chair, if there's any additions that ministers want, we can make some changes here. But generally, this has been agreed with our partners. Yeah. If it's okay, then Chair, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, ASEC. So I see there is no comments on this agenda. So agenda is adopted. Next, I will brief the meeting on the outcome document of the 17th EASMM. The outcome document of the 17th EASMM will be the chair statement. This is issued because we cannot reach consensus on the GMS. There are several matters that prevent us from finding common ground, particularly between non-ASEAN EAS participating countries. Paragraph related to the geopolitical issues was the hardest one to find the landing zone. Other issues such as the reference for climate change as well as the option to use the words decarbonization or reduce emission are also difficult to compromise. Therefore, the chair decides to issue the chairman's statement on the 17th EASMM. The chairman's statement will sum up our discussion on the 17th EASMM. The draft will be circulated soon to all EAS participating countries for perusal. before being issued after the EMM is completed. Thank you. And now we have the time for our lunch break. I give back to the MC for the housekeeping announcement.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, as the chair of the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to lunch break. For head of delegates, lunch will be served at Mengwi 3. For SOE leaders, lunch will be served at Mengwi 5. And for the rest of delegates, lunch will be served at Pecatu Hall 3 and 5. Please be advised that all delegates shall return to this ballroom at 1 p.m. sharp, Bali time, to continue the meeting today. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy lunch and see you at ballroom at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you indeed. shortly. and gentlemen, please be seated as the session will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being in time, and thank you indeed for your support with the timekeeping. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings. Now we proceed to the next agenda, the and the United States exchange, which will be led by Chair, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tashrif. Excellency Chair, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, Energy Ministers of ASEAN Member States, Mr. David Turk, Deputy Secretary, U.S. Department of Energy, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the US dialogue. It has been a while since we met in person, and a lot has transpired since then. I would like to express my appreciation to the US government for their support both at bilateral and regional levels in the energy sectors. We meet today in an unprecedented time where the world is experiencing global boiling, calling for real and swift action to combat climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This year's ASEAN chairmanship, Indonesia is addressing the issues of energy security and energy transition through interconnectivity in ASEAN as the region of epicentrum of growth. ASEAN member states have taken actions both individually and collectively by addressing the issues according to their national circumstances. However, now more than ever, we will need support and cooperation with our partners to accelerate our efforts. We are keen to identify and discuss various and innovative ways, such as 1. Strengthening grid resilience and modernization, as well as promoting clean and renewable energy integration. 2. Deploying innovative technologies to reduce oil and gas sectors' methane emissions in Southeast Asia. 3rd, developing energy storage system, as ASEAN countries have plenty of mineral resources. And the 4th, development small modular reactors for industrial areas. I wish ASEAN and the US can work together to achieve our ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation goals. Thank you. And now I would like to invite US to update to us on the US key energy priorities as well as future initiatives of ASEAN-US energy cooperation. US, the floor is yours.
Well, let me start, Minister, with a huge thank you to you personally and to your team for hosting us all in this beautiful location. And let me thank all of my friends and colleagues around this table. Some of you I've gotten to know, including on recent trips to Thailand and Vietnam and Singapore, and just coming from the Philippines just now as well. And it's just been a pleasure to work with you all. And it's been an even bigger pleasure to see all the passion and commitment, not only from you all personally, but also from your teams. And I could go chapter and verse on example after example of some real cutting-edge leadership. But that would take all our time here today, and very much eager to hear your thoughts of how we can be as good a partner as we possibly can from the United States side of things. Before describing a little bit of what we're doing domestically that might have relevance for you all, but also our own thoughts of what we can do from a partnership perspective, bilaterally and certainly through ASEAN and other multilateral settings as well. I just want to underscore, and I hope you hear this and see this, not just in words but in deeds, about our interest in being true partners. I think there's a lot of partners out there in our world that aren't really true partners. And when I say true partnership, what I mean is we can have a candid, honest conversation. If there's something that we're doing that's not helpful, we are eager to hear candidly about that. It's respecting each other's ability to make decisions that are in the best interests of your own populations and your own people. And it's trying to support each other to achieve your own objectives. And so we very much hope to strive to be true partners with all of you. And again, we're eager for some guidance and feedback today and through the course of days and weeks after. So just a big thanks for meeting. And it's terrific to meet in person as well. I know we've done this kind of meeting a couple times virtually, both the Secretary and myself, but it's just terrific to come out here and meet you all in person. And I know I've had a chance later this afternoon to meet many of you in a bilateral setting as well. With that, let me just very briefly, because I'm really eager to listen more than to talk. That's something my mom and dad tried to instill in us kids was growing up, is you learn a lot more if you're listening than just hearing yourself talk. But let me just lay out a few things of relevance, I think, for this group and this discussion. First, on the domestic side, I don't think you can overstate just what a historic moment we're in the United States right now. And as someone who's worked on energy issues and clean energy issues in particular, and worked in our country, not only for the Department of Energy a couple times now, but the State Department a couple times, our White House earlier in my career, it's just incredibly exciting for the United States on climate and clean energy to be walking the talk. We now have an unprecedented amount of tools in our tool belt to help accelerate our own clean energy transition. Our per capita emission rates are some of the highest in the world. We've got a particular responsibility, I think, to step up and do what we need to do to clean up our own energy economy. And the scale of the tools in our tool belt, the extent and the scale of those tools is truly mind-blowing for some of us who've worked on these issues for quite some years. We have something called the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed just over a year ago. I was able to join the President and others at the White House for the one-year anniversary last week. The tax incentives in that particular package are unprecedented in the U.S. context. They're estimated to cost about $370 billion. There's now new numbers that are coming out to say they'll probably end up spending $700 billion or even $1 trillion US on these tax incentives, from hydrogen production to offshore wind to solar to wind to transmission, you name it. The tax incentives are incredibly powerful. Just one example, I know many of us are focused on clean hydrogen production. We've got a tax incentive that we're working right now with our Treasury colleagues to finalize that'll end up being $3 per kilogram as a tax incentive to produce clean hydrogen, green hydrogen from electrolysis. That's a powerful tool, that in tandem with $7 billion for hydrogen hubs. But that's just one example, and we've got a number of other examples on the table. We also have unprecedented amount of grant funding for our domestic industry. $100 billion US that's just entrusted to the Department of Energy, and that's just one ministry in our government working on that side. I raised the extent of what we're doing, and that we've not had these tools before. The tax incentives we've had before are one-year tax incentives, two-year tax incentives. We had to extend them. We now have 10 years of tax certainty, 10 years of incentives in a very powerful way to build out our clean energy infrastructure. I wanted to raise that in particular here because we feel like we've got an opportunity to work with you all on global clean energy supply chains in particular. And this is where we'd really love to live up to this true partnership model and aspiration that I mentioned. We're firm believers that countries that are fortunate enough to possess minerals and other raw materials should not just benefit from mining those minerals and raw materials. We feel very strongly, and we would like to work with all of you through ASEAN bilaterally to move up that value chain. So whether it's the Philippines or Indonesia or others of you who have critical minerals, have deposits of nickel or lithium or whatever the material might be, that you get the chance to manufacture, that you get the chance to have those value-added jobs and industrial opportunities. It's good for diversification of those supply chains. That's good for us in the U.S., but good for countries around the world, and most importantly, good for you and your people as well, and eager to get into that discussion here today. We're also a research and development powerhouse, have been for many years. We've got 17 national labs. We're trying to reduce the costs of all these clean energy technologies we want to take advantage of, whether it's long-duration energy storage, whether it's small modular reactors, you name it, we've got a lot of efforts focused on that front. And hopefully innovation that's done in the U.S. or any of our other countries helps reduce the cost. It makes it that much easier, makes the financing work to do things at scale for all of us going forward. So that's a bit of a snapshot on the domestic space. Happy to share more thoughts. A lot of this is in real time. We're only a year into the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a lot that's we're still working on that front. Let me just spend a few minutes talking about some of our interest with all of you. Again, through ASEAN, which we view as one of the most important multilateral meetings, and again, we appreciate all of your time to be able to meet with you multilaterally as ASEAN and the U.S. Together. We know this is privileged real estate. Your time is incredibly valuable, and we really appreciate you all making time for us in this kind of setting. We have any number of ways we think we can join forces in a mutually beneficial way. First of all, I mentioned our national laboratories. We do have some phenomenal technical capabilities. They're helping us work on all these domestic programs. They are also have some rich experience working with many of you in other countries around the world internationally. We're working with 3 ASEAN countries in particular on something called Net Zero World, which is really trying to help harvest 10 of these national laboratories, the expertise of 10 of these national laboratories, to try to share experiences, to learn from each other in a very dynamic time on the clean energy transition front. If there's interest from others or there's interest from ASEAN as a whole, we'd be eager to have those conversations and see what we can do to leverage that capability. We've got many other tools in our tool belt. Our USAID colleagues have a Smart Power program, or SPP is the acronym, and we're eager to make sure that we get the most out of those efforts as well. The other program I wanted to highlight in particular, which is a new program, it's something that our president announced not too long ago. It's the Climate Solutions Hub. This is powered by our National Renewable Energy Lab. It's meant to have expertise available on demand as countries have an interest in that. There's ad hoc requests, there's capacity building that we're eager to lean in on further on that front. I won't belabor or go into detail. I'm happy to do that. Our team is here as well. We have a lot of great relationships with various teams around the table. If there's interest to strengthen that even further with some of you, we're more than happy to have those conversations here and in the coming weeks and months. But I really hope the message of true partnership, our interest to support you all, to respect your decision making, to try to help you achieve your clean energy objectives, is one that you'll find attractive and interesting, at least to have further conversations and see how we can be that true partner to help support you all. The last thing I'd like to leave you all with is someone who's worked in the international space is I think there's a particular responsibility for the countries around this table, and I would put the U.S. in this category as well. I firmly believe, given what I've seen in all of your countries, that you all have the ability and are already showing it to be leaders. Minister Tasrif, thank you for the time we had just before this meeting, just hearing on the updates that you're working on, whether it's on your electric mobility programs and efforts, whether it's on transmission, any number of technology areas that you all are leaning into. And there are other countries around the world who are looking at ASEAN, who are looking at this region, who are looking at your leadership. And I think they will be inspired. I think they need to be inspired if we're going to do what we need to do around the world to be successful. So just wanted to leave you with that thought. Obviously, you're representing your people first and foremost. That is your responsibility. Those of us who are lucky enough to represent our governments, that is what we need to do. We need to focus on affordability and reliability and resilience and decarbonization at the same time. But I think those countries around the table, there's an extra responsibility on all of our shoulders to do what we know we need to do, what science is telling us we need to do it in the real world, not just to talk about it academically. It's why I like working with energy ministries and energy ministers so much, because we're all real-world ministries, not to disparage other colleagues in our government sometimes who just talk in abstract terms. We need to make this transition work for our people and for the planet as well. So thank you again for the time, and very eager to hear your feedback, your candid feedback, and whatever ways we can be a true partner and help support each other, we're all in. And thanks, Minister Tasri, for hosting us and for allowing us an opportunity to meet with all of you in person.
Thank you, US, for the presentations. Now I will ask the floor if there are any comments on the US key energy priorities in the Asia-Pacific region and future initiative of ASEAN US energy cooperation. Philippines.
Thank you, Chair.
Singapore. Any others? Okay, let's start from the Philippines first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, the Philippines would like to thank the United States for its support initiatives jointly undertaken with ASEAN as a whole and bilaterally with the different ASEAN members over the years. I noted Secretary Turk's presentation on the initiatives that the U.S. has taken domestically to boost renewable energy technologies, including the Inflation Reduction Act and other related legislation. As he said, these provide opportunities. In the long run, the innovation can help drive costs. But I think we do need also to address concerns that in the short run, some of these initiatives are going to divert financing from developing countries like members of the ASEAN, because then with these initiatives, the U.S. would be able to attract more of such financing. And then another concern has been raised was that this is, again, in the short run, going possibly drive up prices for developing countries in the ASEAN region, and can possibly delay the rollout of our own RE plans. Now, whether these have, I think we can discuss whether these are valid concerns and how we together can address them if they have some basis. A second point I'd like to raise is that the Philippines, as country coordinator for the ASEAN Civilian Nuclear Energy Program, we can recommend inclusion of concrete activities and engagements which will build human resource capabilities on nuclear science and technology for power generation under the ASEAN-US Energy Cooperation Work Plan. And perhaps the last point I just would like to raise is to acknowledge our various bilateral partnerships between the United States and the U.S., which have provided for roadmaps and advice on the establishment of resilient infrastructure standards, financing, as well as related cybersecurity concerns in the Philippines. So we look forward to even greater cooperation bilaterally and with ASEAN and the U.S. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the comments. Now, Singapore.
Thank you, Excellency. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Deputy Secretary Dave Tuck to this very important dialogue. We appreciate the strong support and commitment from the U.S. in advancing regional energy cooperation. As the country coordinator, Singapore has worked with the U.S. to develop activities under the ASEAN-US Energy Cooperation Work Plan on regional interconnectivity, energy resilience, and low-carbon technologies. We welcome the US continued contributions to the development of the ASEAN power grid. Southeast Asia is a region that's brimming with renewable energy potential, with the potential to develop 30 gigawatts of interconnections for cross-border power trading. Regional interconnectivity, therefore, will be key to unlocking economic opportunities for investments, enhancing renewable energy deployment, and strengthening regional energy resilience. The US aid and national laboratories have provided much support for the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan study and also the Southeast Asia Smart Power Program. Singapore and the US have also commenced a feasibility study on regional energy connectivity in Southeast Asia earlier this year. This is done in order to facilitate the development of the ASEAN power grid. When I met up with Secretary Granholm last week in Seattle during the APEC Energy Ministerial meeting, we were both pleased to note that the phase 1 of this study is on track for completion, with the interim findings to be announced at the Singapore International Energy Week, or SIU, in October this year, and the final findings will be announced at COP28. Phase 1 will cover the technical feasibility of regional interconnections within ASEAN, as well as the socio-economic benefits of greater interconnectivity. Singapore also strongly welcomes the interest from ASEAN member states in participating in phase 2 of the study, and we certainly look forward to engaging you with more details in time to come. Now, beyond energy trading, the development of low-carbon technologies such as hydrogen and green ammonia is also critical. I'm pleased to announce that Singapore and the US will be co-hosting a roundtable on decarbonization technologies at the Singapore International Energy Week. This builds on the excellent breadth and depth of activities under the ASEAN-US energy cooperation over the years. We look forward to the US continued contributions to this region and for further exchanges between ASEAN member states and the US to accelerate energy transition and to strengthen energy resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singapore. ASEC, please. Is there any others? Okay, I think ASEC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Let me first warmly welcome Deputy Secretary Turk. I know we haven't met, but I'm hoping to establish closer ties with you, Deputy Secretary. I will, first of all, on behalf of the Secretariat and on behalf of the Member States, as Singapore has pointed out, we really appreciate all of the ramp-up support for energy cooperation that US has given us and the Member States. I also want to share very briefly to you that this week is an important milestone for ASEAN because on the economic side, the economic ministers actually had endorsed the ASEAN Carbon Neutral Plan. And it's basically the carbon neutral strategy, which actually focuses on key initiatives for us in the coming decades for us to establish our ability to decarbonize. And for the energy sector, 4 areas were identified. Number 1 was the enablement of ASEAN feedstocks, pathways towards biofuels. Number 2 was coordinating the development of regional policies and regulations to support CCUS and CCUS infrastructure. Number 3 was about enabling regional power trading, physical interconnection, and policy cooperation. And lastly was on promoting and developing regional energy efficiency and conservation as priorities. I think this is where we really look forward to deepening our cooperation in the near future with the US, particularly on emerging energy technologies in the space of carbon capture utilization, including, I would say also, maybe into spaces like nuclear and fusion energy, whether it's via hubs or point-to-point facilities, as well as to measures that are pursuing energy efficiency, especially via digitalization and increasing deployment of various types of renewable energies and technologies for ASEAN. I also hear you just now in your speech, Deputy Secretary, we acknowledge the reference to raw materials needed for clean, green energy technologies, and we agree that's very important for us to start beginning to work together on mineral security, as this is going to be increasingly pivotal to energy security and in our transition world of green climate action. Therefore, Secretary would like to take this opportunity for us to also explore the idea of the US supporting ASEAN to strengthen our ability to sort of cooperate with you in working on our mapping of some of these mineral resources in the region, and we could actually work together more effectively and hope to have your participation so that we can also develop our strengths in being able to map out our mineral resources, critical mineral resources we have in the region that are going to be so critical in the energy transition space. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Asek. So, if there is no further input, I would like to thank the US for the promising key priorities and future initiative for ASEAN-US energy cooperation. We look forward to the implementation of the ASEAN-US Energy Cooperation Work Plan 2024-2025. We hope this cooperation could accelerate our energy transition in the region. Next, we can proceed with for our next agenda, which is closing remarks by the Chair and the US Secretary of Energy. Excellencies, Energy Ministers of ASEAN Member States, Mr. David Turk, Deputy Secretary of US Department of Energy. We have reached the end of the agenda. It's been a fruitful discussion between ASEAN and the US. We believe US advancement in clean energy technology will be beneficial for ASEAN member states in accelerating the energy transition. We noted the presentations from ASEC, ACE, and US on the key developments of the energy sector and appreciated the exchange of views from ASEAN member states and the US on the topics. We commended the progress of the implementation of the ASEAN-US Energy Cooperation Work Plan 2021-2025. We thank all ASEAN member states and the US for their contribution throughout the meeting, and we look forward to enhancing our energy cooperation. Thank you, and allow me to invite US to deliver the closing remarks. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chair. And in lieu of my closing remarks, I'll just answer some of the questions that were raised by our colleagues. And again, all in a spirit of real discussion, and really appreciate that. First, to our colleague, the Secretary of Energy from the Philippines, I look forward to having a chance to sit down with you this afternoon, and it was just terrific to be in your country yesterday. And I came away truly impressed by some of the things you're doing in this administration. It was one of the most heartening, inspiring meetings that I've had internationally, just to be perfectly candid and honest. Not to say everything's going to be easy, but the seriousness of purpose and the well-thought-through plans and the capability of your colleagues, your undersecretaries and others that I met with was really impressive on that. Thank you all for your also for your very candid and direct question as well, and I'm happy to take that head on in terms of what the Inflation Reduction Act means and how we can all work forward on that. In response, I'd make a few points. One is, as someone who's worked on domestic climate legislation, clean energy legislation in the US for quite some time, this was the bill that we were going to pass. The politics is the art of the possible, and this was the piece of legislation that was going to pass. It doesn't have a carbon tax to it. It doesn't have maybe what economists would say is the most cost-effective, efficient way to do things. But this was the piece of legislation that was going to pass in a 50-50 Senate, literally a 50-50 Senate along those lines. So if folks want the US, and I would put myself in this category, to be really walking the talk, this was the legislation that was going to have us actually step up to the plate and do what we need to do with our responsibility going forward along those lines. Secondly, on what kind of impact this might have on others, I guess the kind of perspective that I'd share with you, and happy to have further conversation, Secretary, with you or others on this, is right now we do have a relatively finite set of companies, investment, and others. I used to work for the International Energy Agency, and one of the most disturbing statistics that my old boss, Fatih Birol, raised with me recently when they looked at all the investment in clean energy around the world is how little of that is actually happening in the developing world. It's just quite remarkable how much money is going into high-income countries, middle-income countries, but so little of the actual investment in clean energy is going on in developing countries. One statistic that's particularly shocking is over 50% of the solar resource that lands on physical land around the world lands in Africa, just given its size, given the fact that it's near the equator, et cetera. Right now, I think it's 1% or so of the solar PV capacity is in Africa right now. And that's just one example, and we can go example after example of the fact that we need to do a lot better job with developing countries in particular, and making sure we've got the benefits of these technologies for the people who deserve it the most in that end. While I will say there are some near-term challenges on costs and near-term capacity around the world with companies, with supply chains, with others, I think what you'll see is when we do things at scale, and we will do things at scale given the size of our economy, that overall is going to bring costs down. I think that's going to make offshore wind cheaper. I think it's going to make geothermal cheaper. I think it's going to make solar PV cheaper in a way that medium and longer term is going to benefit countries around the world, especially if we have candid conversations and work through particular issues along those lines. So that's a perspective I'd like to share on that front. And then third, more than happy to have the kind of discussion I think we'll have this afternoon and we've had with other countries. If there are some hard edges to our legislation that you'd like to see that we have control over as an executive branch, and there's a particular issue on battery manufacturing and supply chains, happy to have those conversations and see if there's ways we can sand off some of those rough edges to try to be true to a true partnership aspiration that we have on that front. So happy to have more conversation, but wanted to answer hopefully directly in a spirit of mutual respect. Your second point on cybersecurity and other real-world challenges that we've got, we face those in our country. We're eager to share when we've got technical capability, whether it's a cybersecurity piece, how we can work on resiliency, how we can make all these pieces come together. Again, we're a real-world department and happy to have those real-world partnerships and real-world conversations going forward. To our colleague, and thank you, Minister colleague from Singapore, we are more than happy to support the study on regional interconnectivity. We think it's a big opportunity and mutually beneficial opportunity for countries around ASEAN and even beyond as well. It's a good example of bringing our national lab expertise in a way that hopefully is helpful to the discussion, helpful to put some specific ideas on the table. We're eager to work with countries on phase 2 of that process as well. You mentioned in your statement just the potential for countries in ASEAN when it comes to clean energy, and the numbers are really eye-popping. Your colleagues shared yesterday, Secretary, in the Philippines, that the Philippines has 170 gigawatts of offshore wind potential in the country. It's no wonder why your president and under your leadership, Secretary, are leaning in on the offshore wind. Those are huge numbers that not only have benefit for your own population, but huge export opportunities. Maybe clean hydrogen is part of that going forward. I know Vietnam has huge offshore wind capabilities as well, and other countries have geothermal. Philippines has geothermal. Indonesia has geothermal. There's a lot of potential, certainly solar, around this region. But translating the potential into reality is where we're eager to step up and be a partner through ASEAN, but bilaterally as well on that front. And to our colleague from the ASEAN Secretariat, I'll just say two things. One, I have found over the years the ASEAN group and the Secretariat is one of the most impressive regional organizations out there more generally as well. It's why we're here. It's why I'm here in person. It's why we're eager to engage with all of you and put some value, some time, experience, expertise into the relationship through ASEAN as well. So happy to have further conversation and work on the particular parts of that. And the only caveat I'd say to your statement is we're interested not just to work on the mineral security piece, but really the whole global clean energy supply chain. And again, reemphasize our interest to help countries move up the value chain, get the full benefits of your own natural resources in ways that are good for you, good for your economic development as a region, as countries, and good for diversification of supply chains globally as well. I know we didn't talk a lot about energy security. It's a huge concern of all of ours. The only comment I'd leave you all with on that end is I think when you look at energy security, look for countries that will be true and reliable partners for the long haul. And we certainly hope we're that partner for the long haul, whether it's our liquefied natural gas or our clean energy cooperation more broadly. And I will say for those who aren't oil and gas producers or coal producers, I think true energy security has its benefits in having energy resources that you control, whether it's your wind, whether it's your solar, whether it's your geothermal, in ways that don't have you susceptible as a price taker to global swings in prices that certainly aren't good for your populations and your people. So we're eager to work. That's one of the reasons we're so eager to work on your own clean energy transitions. But let me leave it there, Minister. I could say some nice things in a formal closing, but I thought more useful just to answer the particular questions that were raised.
Thank you, US, for the excellent collaboration today, and see you in the next ASEAN-US consultation.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much delighted now to invite Excellencies, Ministers, Head of Delegates, as well as United States delegates to proceed to photo session at the pre-function area. And you will be escorted by the committee members. Once again, you are invited to take a group photo session at the photo booth located at the pre-function area. For the rest delegates, we will have 15 minutes for coffee break, and refreshment is available at the pre-function area as well. Please be advised that all delegates shall return to the ballroom at 10:02 p.m. to continue the meeting today. Thank you very much indeed, and enjoy your refreshment. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to ballroom and please have your seat as the next session will begin shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda in the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings is the IRENA dialogue, which will be led by the Chair. Excellency Chair, please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, joining us today is the IRENA Director General. Welcome to the IRENA meeting, which is still a part of the agenda of the 41st on the agenda item 9. Very welcome to Bali. We would like to appreciate the work that IRENA has shown to us, as well as the cooperation between ASEAN member states and IRENA for the past years through multilateral and bilateral collaboration. We underline that cooperation between ASEAN and IRENA will contribute to our effort in increasing renewable energy share in our region, which will definitely support sustainable energy security to achieve a just and inclusive energy transition. In the agenda item 9.1, IRENA will brief us on the evolving global landscape for energy transition and clean energy development, including on renewable energy trends, new and emerging clean energy technologies, and global landscape for renewable energy finance and investment. IRENA, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is a privilege to be before you at the 41st ASEAN Minister of Energy meeting. I'd like to thank my dear friends, Minister Tarith and Indonesia, for their hospitality, and to the ASEAN Secretariat for their excellent organization. Today, as we convene, we celebrate a remarkable achievement, a testament to the commitment and progress of the ASEAN Secretariat and its member nations. The region's economic progress has been impressive, with a near doubling of the global GDP share. Yet with growth came escalating energy demands, primarily met by traditional fossil fuels. IRENA stands as a committed partners in your collective pursuit of a just and sustainable energy transition. Allow me to share a path forward, drawing insight from our flagship reports on the dynamic landscape of renewable energy development. And I hope we can have some slides on it. Renewable energies surge is a next slide, please. Renewable energies surge as an undeniable, contributing 83% of last year's capacity additions and constituting 40% of global installed power generation. The world witnessed a record-breaking addition of 295 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity in 2022. This momentum, sustained by compelling business rationale and supportive policies, has altered energy landscape. Next slide, please. Under the 1.5 Celsius scenario, electricity generation would more than triple from 2020 to 2050, with 91% of total electricity supply coming from renewable sources, compared to 28% in 2020. The transition features a synergy between increasingly affordable renewable power technologies and the wider adoption of electric technologies for end-use applications, especially in transport and heat. Next, please. Our recently released reports on the socio-economic footprint of the ASEAN energy transition presents a large spectrum of socioeconomic benefits the region can enjoy over the period to 2050 under 1.5-degree scenario. These include a 3.5 higher GDP than estimated under current policies, 1% more economic-wide jobs, and 11% higher social welfare. Employment in the renewable energy sector of ASEAN can be boosted from 1.3 million jobs today to around 4 million by 2030 and over 5 million by 2050. The majority of these jobs will stem from the bioenergy and solar sectors, forging new avenues for livelihood and prosperity. Next slide, please. Now, let's look closer at certain renewable technology-specific aspects based on recent ARENA work. So we start with offshore renewables. Offshore renewables emerge as a transformative drivers, holding the power to decarbonize the power sector and catalyze the growth of the blue economy. With a staggering 18-fold growth in offshore wind capacity, reaching over 55 gigawatts in 2022, the potential is boundless. Ocean energy, too, reveals promise with 0.5 gigawatts generated in 2021. Forecasts anticipate even greater leaps, projecting offshore wind to scale to 308 gigawatts and ocean energy to reach an impressive 350 gigawatts by 2030. The socioeconomic impact is equally profound, with the wind industry alone projected to employ 3.7 million individuals by 2030, escalating to over 6 million by 2050. Concerning geothermal, geothermal energy abundant in this region holds immense promise. With a global installed capacity of around 16 gigawatts in 2021, spanning over 30 countries, is a resource with untapped potential. To expedite its growth, we need robust legal frameworks, effective policy instruments, and collaborative efforts to mitigate risks. To tap into its full potential, robust legal framework and collaborative effort as necessary, as we say. For this reason, ARENA established the Global Geothermal Alliance as a global platform for enhancing dialogue, cooperation, and coordinated action among key stakeholders to accelerate deployment. Concerning hydropower and bioenergy, both hydropower and bioenergy offer unique value in our transition. Hydropower's flexibility serves both energy generation and water management needs, while bioenergy finds its role in sectors with limited renewable alternatives, which aims to contribute 70% of total energy consumption by 2050. These resources, however, require strategic integration into evolving power systems and solid sustainability frameworks. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, two crucial dimensions of the energy transition will be supply chains and critical material investment. And this has been underlined also in our workshop this morning. The growing demand for critical materials underscores the energy transition acceleration. To achieve the ambitious goal of deploying 1,000 gigawatts of renewables annually by 2030, imperative for the 1.5 Celsius target, a comprehensive understanding of supply chains, critical material, and their vulnerabilities is essential. Diversifying supply chains becomes a pivotal strategy to counteract the geopolitical risks associated with the concentration of mining and processing. Developing nations possess abundant reserves, offering opportunities for collaborative and equitable partnerships. By embracing diversification and collaboration, we can rewrite the narrative of the extractive industry. Next slide, please. Global investments in energy transition technologies reached an outstanding $1.5 trillion in 2022, a testament to the growing recognition of the climate risks and energy security concerns. Yet still, the current pace of investment is not sufficient. Annual investment needs to at least quadruple to more than $5 trillion on average between 2023 and 2030. Investment should focus on energy transition infrastructures development, as well as enabling policy framework to drive financing and address persistent socioeconomic gaps. At ARENA, our commitment extends beyond insight and analysis through tailored technical assistance and financial matchmaking with our dedicated climate investment platform and ETAF platform, the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform. We empower nations to drive their energy transition effectively. I really ask you to profit of this possibility. It's very easy to present projects to the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform. We are preparing a good list of projects in the coming COP28 to be close to the financial close, getting finance. So please send as soon as possible projects to us. Next slide, please. The COP28 Global Stocktake later this year will unveil our deviation from Paris Agreement commitments, requiring a clear action plan for significant changes. ARENA's energy transition tracking offer post-stocktake option, and we eagerly participate collaboration towards an achievable and equitable energy transition. We aim to overcome barriers, particularly in developing countries, and ensure that the energy transition benefits all nations. 3 points. First, we need to refocus on physical infrastructure, ensuring that the new system accommodates those who have left behind. This includes investment in grids, interconnectivity, trade routes, sea routes, and production location that align with changing patterns of trade and demand. I have appreciated this morning the many that have reference to the interconnectivity as a clear priority. Second, we must develop policy and regulatory frameworks that account for the evolving dynamics of the energy transition. These frameworks should incentivize investment in the right direction, fostering an investment conducive to renewable energy deployment. Third, we need a strategic shift in institutional capacity to align skills and capabilities with the new energy system. A well-skilled workforce is vital for harnessing the benefit of the transition and ensuring a smooth and efficient implementation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time for talk is over. It is now time for action. We must identify clear roles and responsibilities and build a new energy system together, leveraging the ongoing reform of international financial institutions and multilateral development banks to drive change. We firmly believe that the multilateral financial system has to have as priority the building of the infrastructure of the future we need. The task ahead is formidable, but by harnessing the power of renewable energy and working collaboratively, we can overcome it. With this, let me conclude my presentation. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any question from delegates if needed. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Irena. Now, I would like to invite again Irena to brief us on the implementation of the ASEAN-Irena MOU and its proposed work plan. Irena, again now the floor is yours.
Thank you again. Thank you, Excellencies. I will now present the work plan and activity for 2023-2024 under the ASEAN-Irena Memorandum of Understanding. The memorandum, along with the action plan, represents the strong commitment from IRENA to work in the region in its energy transition and to solidify the strong partnership with ASEAN. Next slide, please. IRENA will continue to work in the region in capacity building and awareness raising. We will continue contributing and participating in a multitude of regional and country-specific events in the coming period, including ASEAN minister meetings. This morning, we have just concluded the high-level CEO dialogue on financing energy transition and the role of the private sector, co-organized with GIZ and the Ministry of Energy Mineral Resources of Indonesia, to continue momentum from the investment forum last year. The high-level dialogue segment enabled an exchange towards strengthening the ability of decision makers, including private sectors, to foster a strong enabling environment for energy transition-related investment. We will also organize the third IRENA Singapore high-level forum in Singapore International Energy Week on the 23rd of October, with the theme fostering regional energy integration to support net zero ambitions. We look forward to strong participation from all ASEAN member states in this event. We will continue participating in national events, such as the Vietnam Energy Partnership Group, the Energy Transition Conference in Malaysia just in the next days, and others. The workshop on transitioning a remote community to renewable energy was organized in conjunction with senior official meeting last June. Most ASEAN member states have many islands, and providing clean energy access is still a challenge. But as an agency, we will also support the endeavor to provide decentralized renewable energy for remote islands. We are also organizing a webinar series on long-term energy scenario for Southeast Asia and Asia, and I'd like to thank ASEAN member states for their active participation. Next slide, please. We are undertaking several initiatives related to green hydrogen. First, the Green Hydrogen Strategy Making Reports, which will have a dedicated chapter on Southeast Asia that will be tentatively published early next year. Second, analysis of the latest trend in hydrogen development, in which we will conduct a consultation meeting with ACE and ASEAN member states in the third quarter of this year. As an outreach for ASEAN Outlook, we are planning to organize a workshop on towards energy transition in ASEAN in Q3, and a hydrogen-related topic will also be discussed. We have also been providing support in the development of the ASEAN Renewable Energy Roadmap. We presented our relevant work during the workshop at Renewable Energy Subsector Network last May. Furthermore, we will conduct regional capacity building on geothermal agri-food and cooling next year. Next slide, please. At the country level, in Malaysia, we are in discussion with the country for post-outlook support. For Thailand, we are in discussion to assist with a hydrogen-related topic, a renewable energy market structure study. For Indonesia, we will commence our work on transitioning remote and islands community to renewable energy. We will continue providing support for NDC's enhancement and implementation. In Lao PDR, we are engaged in capacity building on technical and economic feasibility analysis for the implementation of solar PV. Next slide, please, and last one. Excellencies, this is just a snapshot of the plan for the rest of this year and the next year. I look forward to receiving your suggestions and feedback on how we can further improve the cooperation between IRENA and ASEAN. Thank you for your attention. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Arena, for the presentation. And now let us continue with the discussion. On this agenda item, I would like to ask floor if there are any comments on IRENA Director General presentation regarding the global landscape of renewable energy development and the progress of ASEAN ARENA MOU implementation. Brunei and Malaysia and Indonesia, Vietnam and Singapore. Brunei, Malaysia. Please, Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair. Brunei Darussalam would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation and commend ARENA for the publication of the ARENA's World Energy Transition Outlook 2023 to identify priority areas and actions that must be implemented by 2030 in order to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The first volume of the 2023 Outlook shows an overview of progress across all energy sectors and charts the path to a climate-secure future in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Its path to 1.5 degrees Celsius offers a roadmap for accelerating a global energy transition with electrification and efficiency as key drivers of change, supported by renewable energy, hydrogen, and sustainable biomass. The Outlook also outlines the opportunities for cooperation, which includes investment and technologies towards supporting the attainment of targets set in the ASEAN Plan of Action on Energy Cooperation Phase 2 2021-2025. On a national level, we are delighted to share that Brunei Darussalam has embarked on a few key initiatives, which includes the introduction of the Brunei Darussalam National Climate Change Policy, BNCCP, in 2020, that serves as the overarching policy on climate change for the country. Under the 10 strategies of the NCCP, we are pleased to share that the ASEAN Center for Climate Change will be set up in Brunei Darussalam with the aim to strengthen ASEAN climate change coordination and cooperation. Another key initiative undertaken by Brunei Darussalam was the rollout of the Energy Efficiency Standards and Labelling Act 2021. We are pleased to share that the Act has started implementation in 2023 this year, setting a standard requirement for the importation of high energy efficient electrical appliances into the country. It is part of a bigger initiative towards achieving a greener energy path to encourage the use of more energy efficient appliances in the country. Undoubtedly, this will bring about impactful financial, economic, and environmental benefits for businesses and consumers alike. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Excellency. Now we turn to Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would like to take a moment to express Malaysia's sincere appreciation for the insightful presentation delivered by the IRENA Director General on the progress of the ASEAN IRENA MOU implementation. The strides made in advancing renewable energy within the ASEAN region are not only commendable, but also hold immense promise for a sustainable future. At this juncture, I wish to extend Malaysia's heartfelt gratitude to IRENA for your unwavering support in our journey towards an energy transition. The collaborative efforts between IRENA and Malaysia have played an instrumental role in shaping our energy landscape, driving innovation and fostering international partnerships. The commitment and technical expertise demonstrated by IRENA have been pivotal in helping Malaysia navigate the complexities to renewable energy sources. Moreover, I would like to acknowledge IRENA's contribution to the formulation of the Malaysia Energy Transition Outlook, MITO. This comprehensive roadmap has provided us with a clear vision and actionable strategies to navigate the intricate path of a sustainable energy adoption. Based on MITO, Malaysia will require 637 billion ringgit or approximately 130 billion US dollars in order to achieve our net zero targets by 2050. MITO has been instrumental in assisting Malaysia to charter its energy transition agenda, especially with the announcement of our ambitious National Energy Transition Roadmap, NETR. The outlook stands as a testament to the collaborative spirit and shared goals that unite nations in the pursuit of a greener and more resilient energy future. As we reflect on the progress made so far, let us not only celebrate achievements, but also recommit ourselves to the cause. Malaysia remains steadfast in transitioning towards renewable energy and reducing carbon emissions. The continued support and expertise from IRENA will undoubtedly will be invaluable as we tackle the challenges that lie ahead. In closing, let us acknowledge the profound impact of the ASEAN-IRENA partnership on our shared journey towards sustainable development. With gratitude and determination, we look forward to a future where renewable energy is not just a vision, but a thriving reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. Now, Indonesia.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Chair. We appreciate IRENA for supporting ASEAN and Indonesia in implementing renewable energy and supporting our just energy transition, especially in power, building, transport, and industry sector. We hope in the future the implementation of ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook will highlight more on the role of bioenergy, hydrogen, critical materials, and the local solar PV industry in Indonesia energy transition. We wish IRENA can also extend their expertise and experience to develop the ASEAN energy transition roadmap in close collaboration with the ASEAN. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now we turn to Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Director General of the IRENA for the informative presentation. Over the past few years, we have witnessed strong growth in renewable energy, which demonstrated in IRENA's report. This shows a strong effort of ASEAN member states in increasing the share of renewable energy in the power system, reducing dependence on fossil fuel sources. In Vietnam, to achieve the goal of energy transition in accordance with Vietnam's commitment at COP26 and the political declaration of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, ZP, we have set out several orientations as follows. Firstly, strongly develop renewable energy source for electricity production, reaching a ratio of about 30 to 39% by 2030, toward the target of the new renewable energy ratio of 47% if the commitment under ZP are fully realized by international partners. The orientation to 2050 renewable energy rate will increase up to 70%. Secondly, control greenhouse gas emissions from electricity production to peak up to 200 to 250 million tons by 2030 and to about 27 to 31 million tons in 2050, aiming to reach peak emission of no more than 170 million tons by 2030 if the commitment under ZEP are fully realized by international partners. Thirdly, develop a smart grid system capable of integrating and safely operating large-scale renewable energy sources. I fully agree with the finding in the presentation that the energy transition funding should be focused on supporting the development of energy transition infrastructure, as well as enabling policy framework to attract investment and address inherent socio-economic gaps. It's necessary to increase the availability of public investment and loans for the energy transition of developing countries, increase grant and concessional loans, improve public finance and policies to attract private investment, develop policy and tools for risk mitigation. Regarding the activity implemented under the MOU between ASEAN and IRENA, I acknowledge and highly appreciate the support of IRENA and the cooperative effort from member countries and specialized agencies in implementing the ASEAN Action Plan on Energy Cooperation Phase 2. I would like to express my support for IRENA's continued participation in the year 2023-2024 plan within the ASEAN Energy Cooperation Framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. Now, Singapore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director General, for your updates and presentation. We appreciate and welcome IRENA's efforts to strengthen regional interconnectivity and address the gaps on clean energy financing to support ASEAN's energy transition. Now, the successful commencement of the Lao PDR Thailand-Malaysia-Singapore Power Integration Project has led to increased momentum in the path towards the ASEAN power grid. Now, this will support the region in promoting renewable energy integration and attracting energy investments. And we're delighted to announce that, to also mention that Singapore and IRENA will co-host a high-level forum on regional interconnectivity for net zero at the Singapore International Energy Week in October, and we look forward to active participation from all members. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Is there any other inputs? If there is no further, I would like to ask IRENA to respond to those some inputs that has been presented.
So, first of all, thank for the appreciation of the common work that we have been running with the ASEAN Secretariat, with the ACE, and with the member states. And we will continue to work along the line that you have also indicated after my presentation. If I may, I have this opportunity very briefly again to ask you to present projects to the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform. This is an opportunity that I think you should not miss. And we are ready to work with you and assist you in the preparation of the proposals. A second aspect, in the view again of COP28, we are insisting that the multilateral financial system has to take the responsibility to provide funding for the updating of the physical infrastructure that is needed for the new energy system that is coming. You have all insisted to these needs for the interconnectivity, so please ask your negotiator in the way to COP28 to have in the final decision in Dubai a clear indication that the multilateral financial system shall be put money for renewing and building new infrastructure, that they provide more concessional funds, and when we are talking about the small islands, they also provide some grant money. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Irena. Excellencies, we thank Irena for the insights and productive meeting. If I may share some important points from our meetings are that the meeting has noted Irena's sharing on several topics related to energy financing, on the global landscape and renewable energy finance and the development of renewable energy sources, including for the blue economy and critical minerals. The meeting has also taken note of the implementation of the APEC Phase 2, especially the status of the aspirational renewable energy share target, as well as the challenges and recommendations to achieve it. We further look forward to the support from IRENA to increase the deployment of renewable energy shares in the region, especially to address financing needs such as support via the IRENA managed renewable energy financing platforms. The meeting appreciates IRENA's cooperation and support for the achievements, especially the second ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook. The meeting welcomes and appreciates the finalization of the ASEAN IRENA Cooperation Work Plan 2023-2025, covering green hydrogen and renewable energy investment financing. We look forward for the implementation to support the renewable energy development in the region. That concludes the IRENA dialogue. Thank you. IRENA, and we wish to see you next year at the next IRENA meeting. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Excellency Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much delighted now to invite Excellencies Ministers, Head of Delegates, as well as IRENA delegates to proceed to photo booth at the pre-function area for a group photo session. And you will be escorted by the committee members. For the rest delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have 15 minutes for coffee break, and refreshment is available at the pre-function area. I would appreciate your attendance back to this ballroom at 3:15 p.m. Bali time. Thank you indeed. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We will proceed to the next agenda of the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings, which will be led by the Chair. Excellency Chair, please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, welcome back to the 41st AMAM. After concluding the AMM US and the AMEM Arena Dialogue, now let us go back to the 41st AMAM agenda. We are now in the agenda item number 10. I would like to invite the SOM Chair to summarize all of SOM recommendations to MAM, including the APEC program areas. For the first, I call Indonesia. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Chair, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In this agenda, we would like to present the SOM recommendation. Next slide, please. First, we would like to recommend MM to adopt the joint declaration of the 41st AMM on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. This joint declaration has been agreed and finalized by all of the ASEAN member states. Second, we also suggest BIMP countries to adopt the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippine Power Integration Project, BIMP-PIP, joint statement to pursue the realization of ASEAN Power Grid project in BIMP countries. Next slide, please. We also report to AMEM to take note the implementation progress of the APEC 2 and 6 annual priorities under Indonesia chairmanship. We also endorse the SOME adoption of the midterm review (MTR) of the APEC Phase 2. For ASEAN Power Grid (APG), we also report to AMEM to take note the successful APG consultative meeting, progress of APG program, and to appreciate the commitment of ASEAN member states to extend APG MOU. Next slide, please. For Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, TAGP, we would like to report AMEM to note the importance of natural gas in energy transition, the progress of new regasification terminal, and to appreciate the commitment to extend TAGP MOU. For renewable energy development, we recommend AMEM to take note to achievement of 33.6% share renewable energy in total installed power capacity and 14.4% renewable energy share in total primary energy supply. We are looking forward to the implementation of ASEAN long-term renewable energy roadmap. Next slide, please. For EENC, we hope AMEM to welcome the 24.5% reduction of energy intensity while looking forward in further development of smart energy management in industrial, commercial, and buildings, and also conversion in ICE vehicle to EV vehicle. The second, for the clean coal technology, we recommend AMEM to look forward the implementation of ASEAN CCUS roadmap and study. Next slide, please. In terms of regional energy policy and planning, we recommend AMEM to look forward for the next cycle of APEC and to note the development of 8 ASEAN Energy Outlook. We also suggest AMEM to take note cooperation in the ASEAN-EU Energy Dialogue, ASEAN ADB Energy Dialogue and High-Level Policy Dialogue and Sustainable Energy Financing to achieve NDC. For civilian nuclear energy, we suggest AMEM to take note on the assessment of small modular reactor SMR in ASEAN, while look forward to establishment of ASEAN Center of Excellence for Nuclear Energy Research. For the ASEAN Energy Award, we recommend AMEM to congratulate ASEAN Energy Awardee 2023 for their best practice on developing clean energy development that will receive their appreciation during AMEM Gala Dinner. Next slide, please. We also suggest AMEM to take note on the summary for our cooperation with dialogue partner and international organizations, including IRENA, to appreciate our cooperation on assessing renewable energy potential, deployment of renewable energy technologies, including study of green hydrogen. IEA to appreciate our cooperation in APG, ENC, CCT, critical mineral, CCUS, and grid interactive buildings. Next slide, please. We suggest AMEM to appreciate the MOU signing between ACE and USAID for supporting APEC program and looking forward for more cooperation in nuclear and CCUS commercialization. In terms of Russia cooperation, we suggest AMEM to take note the adoption of ASEAN-Russia Energy Cooperation Work Plan that will bring more cooperation in oil and gas, CCT, nuclear and clean energy technologies. Next slide, please. Lastly, we recommend AMEM to take note on several other cooperation with the first ASEAN-EU Energy Dialogue, the first ASEAN ADB Energy Dialogue, Norway support for sustainable energy financing dialogue, and welcome other cooperation activities through ASEAN Subsector Network, SSN. Thank you, Excellencies. We hope Excellencies Minister could provide endorsement of this report.
Thank you for your presentation. I believe these recommendations have been discussed by our SOE leaders. I will invite comments or inputs from colleagues regarding the recommendation, if any. Yes. From Lauf, PDR, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. LAPIDA would like to express our sincere appreciation to all the subsector network and related agency for contributing your valuable time and effort to accomplishing the action plan under your respective programs area. LAPIDA is agreeable to the accomplishment made to the APEC Phase 2 for ASEAN. We should further expand and promote multilateral power trade in the regions and look forward to the practical lessons obtained from Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power integration project and the initiative on Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines power integration project to help build the future mechanism for power trade in the ASEAN power grid. On the renewable front, to reach 20% share of the renewable energy mix by 2025 is not easy. We need to double our effort toward to the deployment of the renewable energy, as well as look into how we can encourage more renewable energy investment in ASEAN. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for Laos. So we take notes on all of this. If there is no further concern, I propose we could adopt these recommendations in conjunction with ASCOP, Hapua, and SOME reports. Thank you. Now we move to the next agenda, Agenda 11. I would like to invite all AMS ministers to finalize the joint ministerial statement of the 41st AMAM and the joint declaration of 41st AMAM. I will invite ASEC to brief us on the final draft of joint ministerial statement of 41st AMAM. ASEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. What you have in front, Excellencies, is the joint ministerial statement that was circulated before on the 18th August, but this is the latest, taking into account our Chair Excellency's opening comments today at the opening of the forum. If you notice, we have actually included that into the statement. So what you see here, what we have added on, which you need everyone's go ahead, is the portion in yellow. It's just summarizing what Chair, His Excellency Minister Tasrif has mentioned this morning. If there's no dispute, can we just go down to the other section, which is the second area where we have made a bit of amendment. Para 19, yeah, para 19. Correct. Again, it's just a factual correction that we are making here. So I don't think this should be a problem. So taking into account that there are almost no change, just a material quality change in terms of adding Chairman's comments, I would urge ministers to please consider this JMS as ready for adoption. Second, I would also like to raise the second document, which is the JD. Right? This is the joint declaration by Indonesia at the 41st ASEAN Ministers Declaration on Energy meeting. And this is where, once again, the SOME have already intercessionally cleaned this up. In fact, just now, during the discussion, the SOME lead has already brought us through all of these issues very clearly a while ago. So we are actually putting this up for adoption by the ministers also. So Chair and Ministers, Your Excellencies, both the JMS and JD ready for adoption and endorsement for consideration.
Well, thank you. I think we have already got the brief from the joint ministerial statement and also the joint declaration. If there are no further comments, I would like to announce that this AMAM meeting can adopt the joint ministerial statement of 41st AMAM and joint declaration of 41st AMAM. It's okay? Thank you. Thank you for your meaningful effort and constructive discussion during the process of preparing these documents. Following to the adoption of the joint declaration, I would also like to inform AMS that Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines has also adopted the joint statement of Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines Power Integration Project, or BIMPIP. This joint statement reflects the commitment of BIMP countries to initiate a pilot project of BIMP-PIP to study cross-border power trade among BIMP countries. This initiative will contribute towards enhancing sustainable energy security and economic prosperity through interconnectivity, particularly in the sub-region, subsequently to the ASEAN. I'm hoping that this initiative will follow the success of LTMS PIP in accelerating energy transition to the region. I also wish the joint statement could be further followed up by the power utilities of BIMP. Thank you. Next, we move to the agenda item number 12. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to agenda 12, other matters. First, I would like to invite AMS if there is any other matters to be discussed in this agenda. Floor is open for the interventions. Okay, we thanks that we have taken note of the comments. If no further comments, no further input, thank you. Let us move on the next agenda again. Next agenda is agenda number 13, date and venue of the 42nd I would like to invite Lau PDR to brief us on the preparation of the 42nd AMAM, including the schedule and the venue. Lau PDR, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mines, Lau PDR is pleased to invite all the ASEAN member states for the upcoming 42 ASEAN Ministry on Energy meeting and associate meeting, which will take place in Vientiane capital in 2024. The tentative agenda will inform you in due course. We look forward to the meeting and to meet all the participants from ASEAN member states and dialogue partner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lau PDR, for the information. Next, we move to the agenda 14, consideration and adoption of the report. Excellencies, I believe the ASEAN Secretariat is going to draft the report for the 41st MAM meeting. We shall receive the draft report from the ASEAN Secretariat soon and adopt it accordingly at referendum. Thank you. Now we move to the agenda 15, remarks from Timor-Leste as observer for the 41st IM meeting. I would like to invite the Minister of Petroleum and Minerals of Timor-Leste, Excellency Mr. Francisco da Costa Monteiro, to deliver his remark. Timor-Leste, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellency, Mr. Arif Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, Excellencies Ministers, members of Excellency Minister, members, states, and dialogue partners, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Timor-Leste, I would like to begin by expressing my deep gratitude and appreciations to Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency Minister Arifin, for your kind invitations to Timor-Leste to participate in this 41st ASEAN Ministerial Meetings on Energy, AMEM. I would also like to thank Mr. Chairman for hosting this event in this very beautiful island of Bali, a setting that not only captures the spirit of collaborations, but also inspires us to reflect on natural beauty that we are collectively responsible for preserving it. Energy is at the core of modern society, whether powering cities or providing much-needed access to the rural areas. Energy plays a crucial role in our daily lives. The choices we make today in the energy sector will affect our countries and our planets for generations to come. Therefore, collaborations become not just an asset, but it's a necessity. It is in this light that Timor-Leste earnestly seeks to strengthen its collaborations with ASEAN, sharing and learning best practices that can benefit both our nations and the region as a whole. Excellencies and esteemed guests, delegates, Timor-Leste is very pleased to see that within the spirit of working together in our Asian community, the ASEAN member states have advanced several important collaborative initiatives and frameworks, such as ASEAN Power Grid, the Trans-ASEAN gas pipelines, and other ASEAN energy cooperation efforts in the sector. The energy connectivity will strengthen energy security in the region and provide the critical infrastructures needed for a sustainable energy supply to support our regional economical growth and development. In this context, we welcome 41st ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting, which have adopted the theme of energy security through interconnectivity. We also like to acknowledge and welcome the adoptions of joint ministerial meetings and the joint declarations statements. Excellencies, ministers, esteemed delegates, with our newly formed 9th constitutional government in place 2 months ago, Timor-Leste is more committed than ever to work together on this front. The government of Timor-Leste has set a medium-term program which stipulated action plans for the next 5 years, which include, among others, the energy development on both conventional and renewable energy sources. This includes energy infrastructures such as pipelines and upstream gas development, and in collaborations with industry players, efforts are being made to reduce and capture and store the carbon footprints from energy development in a program that is known as CCS, Carbon Capture and Storage Initiatives. As we all are aware, fully aware, energy is not merely one country's national issue, but one that transcends boundaries. Therefore, Timor-Leste looks forward to increase its engagement with Asian member states for sharing of know-how, technology, human resource development in these initiatives. Excellency Ministers and esteemed delegates, to conclude, I would like to also echo and commend the steadfast effort of all the SOA leaders, the Asian energy sectoral bodies, the ASEAN Secretariat, who have been the backbone of these initiatives and contribute to the success of today's meeting. Thank you once again, Your Excellency Minister Arifin, for your leadership and guidance for the sector. We believe that ASEAN will move closer and closer to its desired goals in the energy sector under Indonesian chairmanship. Thank you all. Obrigado. Terima kasih.
Obrigado, Excellency. Thank you, Timor-Leste, for your remark. We hope that being the member of ASEAN will support Timor-Leste to develop all subsectors of energy cooperation. We are looking forward to advancing regional cooperation with Timor-Leste. Now, we move to the next agenda, agenda number 16, closing remarks by the Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we have gathered several ideas and discussion points on addressing the energy challenges that our region is currently facing. To summarize the discussion, I believe we all agree on advancing our energy cooperation initiatives. I emphasize the importance on addressing sustainable energy security through interconnectivity in our region. The energy interconnectivity development will bring many benefits in increasing system reliability, improving renewable energy penetration, and overcoming the mismatch issue between demands and energy sources. We believe that most ASEAN countries are experiencing this mismatch. Therefore, energy interconnectivity development in ASEAN, especially through ASEAN Power Grid and Trans-ASEAN gas pipelines, is crucial as the backbone to evacuate energy potential, improve energy security, and accelerate the energy transition. We also believe that ASEAN energy cooperation target increasing renewable energy share, renewable energy installed capacity, and reducing energy intensity could be enhanced with the progressive development of interconnectivity. From these highlights, I would like to underline these two catchphrases: no transition without transmission, and no security without interconnectivity. We are delighted and take note that the joint declaration of 41st AMM has been finalized and agreed upon among us. This joint declaration is an important milestone for our ASEAN energy cooperation. We share a similar vision on how the energy sector should be improved in the future with the acceleration of energy transition and achievement of sustainable energy security. We also appreciate the agreed upon joint statement of Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, or BIMP countries, on developing the power integration project in the BIMP sub-region to continue what we have achieved with the Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power integration project. We understand that today will be the beginning of new promising energy cooperation among us. However, we are grateful for the outcomes that we have produced in this AMM meeting. We hope these outcomes can be followed by sheer commitment and hard work in their implementation. We have successfully concluded all items on our meeting agenda. I'm pleased with the progress that has been achieved under the APEC Phase 2, 2021-2025. These insightful and productive sessions have served as our continued effort to deepen and enhance ASEAN energy cooperation in accelerating just and inclusive energy transition. To end this meeting, I sincerely appreciate all our attendance and constructive contribution throughout this meeting. I would also like to thank the ASEAN Secretariat and team for their continued support in preparing and assisting us during this meeting. We look forward to further cooperation in implementing initiatives and programs under APEC. At this moment, I conclude the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Excellency Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a very short break inside ballroom while expecting AMM+3 delegates joining us shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as the next session will begin shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda on the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings is the 20th MM+3 session, which will be led by the Chair. Excellency Chair, please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ASEAN Ministers, Mr. Ren Jingtung, Vice Administrator of the National Energy Administration of China, Mr. Nakatani Shinichi, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, Mr. Jae Yong-yu, SOE Leader of the Republic of Korea, representing the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy of the Republic of Korea. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the 20th MM+3 today here in Bali. It is a great honor to welcome you to the 20th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting +3. Allow me to convey our warmest welcome to Excellencies Ministers and all the delegates, as well as our gratitude for the remarkable cooperation between ASEAN and our esteemed partners, China, Japan, and Korea. This year's meeting marks a pivotal moment in our shared journey toward a more sustainable and secure energy future. Our meeting today underlines our collective commitments to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time: energy security, regional interconnectivity, and the imperative of a seamless transition towards cleaner and more resilient energy systems. Renewable energy deployment needs to be accelerated not only in the supply side, but also in the demand side, particularly in industry and transport, as the two largest energy consuming sectors. We have to enhance cooperation for the decarbonization for transport sector by pursuing biofuel and EV development. Cooperation in intensifying energy efficiency measures need also to be explored by establishing a program to promote best practices and energy efficiency technologies used in industry and buildings. In an era where the global dynamics are changing rapidly, cooperation becomes not merely an option, but an essential pathway to progress. Our strategic partnership brings together a wealth of diverse experiences, expertise, and resources. Together, we have the intention to determine our policy not only to fulfill energy needs, but also strengthens our region's resilience against global uncertainties. Energy security remains at the forefront of our discussions. The collaboration between ASEAN, China, Japan, and Korea opens new horizons for enhanced connectivity, infrastructure development, and emergency response mechanisms. Regional interconnectivity, too, holds limitless potential. As we forge stronger links across borders, we create an ecosystem of energy flow that transcends boundaries. This spirit of interconnectivity is not only about power lines and pipeline alone, but also about mutual cooperation among us. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to deliberations of a renewed commitment to shaping a more sustainable energy future for ASEAN, China, Japan, and Korea. Now, I would like to invite our co-chairs to deliver the opening. I will first invite China to deliver the opening remarks. China, the floor is yours.
谢谢，尊敬的阿里芬·塔斯里夫主席先生、女士们、先生们，大家好，很高兴出席东盟加3能源部长会议，与各位新老朋友齐聚在美丽的巴厘岛。首先，我代表中国国家能源局对主席国印尼和东盟能源中心为本次会议所做出的周到安排表示衷心的感谢。
Your Excellency, President Arifin Tasrif, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. It's my great pleasure to attend today's meeting and gather with friends old and new at this beautiful Bali Island. First, on behalf of China's National Energy Administration, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for the elaborate hospitality done by Indonesia and ASEAN Center for Energy.
当前全球能源需求逐步回升。2022年，东盟加3地区的经济增长了3.2%，超过了全球平均水平。其中，可再生能源继续发挥了绿色引擎的作用。2022年，区域内可再生能源发电装机超过14亿千瓦，占到全球总装机的42%。数字增长的背后是域内所有国家履行能源转型承诺、深化能源合作的努力与付出。
As we speak, the global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is in general promising. In 2022, the economic growth rate of ASEAN plus 3 regional countries has registered 3.2%, exceeding the average global total, among which renewables continue to play its role as the green engine. Also in 2022, our regional renewable energy installed capacity has registered 1,422 gigawatts, accounts for 42.17% of the global total. Behind these achievements, it is the arduous efforts done by regional countries in implementing our commitments to fueling energy transition and deepening energy cooperation.
中国坚定不移地实现碳达峰、碳中和目标，在确保14亿人口用能安全的同时，加快规划建设新型能源体系。2023年上半年，中国可再生能源装机突破13亿千瓦，占到中国电力总装机的将近一半。
China has remained steadfastly to achieving carbon peak and carbon neutrality targets, while ensuring the safety energy use for 1.4 Chinese people. We are accelerating the planning and fostering new energy system. In the first half of this year, the installation capacity of China's renewables has exceeded 1,300 gigawatts, accounts for over nearly half of the national total.
同时，全球能源转型的长期性和复杂性也正在凸显。能源供给安全问题也比较突出，各国距离实现联合国可持续发展第7项清洁能源目标仍有差距，但这也是区域发展和合作的潜力所在。
Spontaneously, the intricate and long-standing problems in the global energy transition is prominent. So is the energy supply safety problems. We are still far from achieving the UN SDG 7 goal, but I also believe it is where lies the potential for us to unleash in the bid to fuel regional development and cooperation.
根据会议议程的安排，在东盟各位部长先生的共同见证下，明天下午，东盟能源中心和中国东盟可再生能源清洁能源合作中心事务管理办公室将签署中国东盟清洁能源合作中心谅解备忘录，标志着中心的成立将取得阶段性的成果。我们也相信，在前期良好合作的基础上，中心的成立将进一步推动各方在可再生能源等领域的互利合作，为推动构建中国东盟命运共同体注入新的动力。
According to the agenda, under the joint witness of all ASEAN ministers, tomorrow afternoon, ASEAN and AMA will jointly sign the MOU, marking the initial results done by the Center's inception. I believe on the early stage sound cooperation, this inception of the Center will further promote our regional reinforcing cooperation in renewable energies and other areas, inject strong and new impetus into the fostering of a community of China and ASEAN with a shared future.
与此同时，中方将东亚峰会清洁能源论坛、东盟+3清洁能源圆桌对话、中国东盟清洁能源能力建设计划3项工作整合为中国东盟清洁能源合作周，将于今年9月在中国的海南省举办。借此机会，我也代表中国国家能源局向各位同事发出诚挚的邀请，期待与大家相聚海南，共商区域清洁美丽未来。
At the same time, China has incorporated East Asia Clean Energy Summit Forum, ASEAN +3 Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, China-ASEAN Clean Energy Capacity Building Program into China-ASEAN Clean Energy Cooperation Week, or CACU, which will be convened in the coming September in China's Hainan province. I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity and represent China's NEA to extend our sincere invitation to you all, hoping we can gather again in Hainan in person and jointly consult and make the plan for the beautiful and clean regional future.
让我们携手努力，深化合作，共同迈向更加绿色包容的能源未来。最后，预祝大会圆满成功，谢谢。
Let's work hand in hand to deepen cooperation and make joint steps towards a more green and inclusive energy future. Last but not least, wish today's meeting a complete success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, we are inviting Minister of Trade Industry of Japan. The floor is yours.
議長、ありがとうございます。はじめに、本会合主催のインドネシア政府、並びに、ACE アジアンセンター・フォー・エナジーに、心から感謝を申し上げます。また、中国、韓国とともに共同議長を務めますこと、大変光栄に思います。
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Indonesian government hosting this meeting, as well as ACE or ASEAN Center for Energy. Also, I am honored to serve as one of the co-chairs with China and the ROK.
気候変動対策は我々が共に取り組むべき喫緊の課題です。とりわけ、経済成長とともにエネルギー需要もさらなる拡大が見込まれるアジアにおいては、脱炭素エネルギーの安全保障の確保、経済成長と同時に達成していかなければなりません。
Climate action is an immediate challenge we should work on together, especially in Asia, where energy demand is expected to further increase. Along with the economic growth, decarbonization has to be simultaneously achieved. together with energy security and economic growth.
そのためには各国の事情に応じた多様な道筋を通じて脱炭素に向けた取り組みが進められることが重要であります。日本といたしましては、その技術や経験を活用しながら、NEDO の国際実証や JBIC、NEXI、JOGMEC のファイナンス、ODA などによる公的支援を各国のニーズや状況に応じて適切に組み合わせていく方針であります。
To that end, it is necessary to promote initiatives for decarbonization through various pathways, depending on the circumstances of each country. Japan, leveraging its technology and experience, will combine international demonstration by NEDO, financing by JBIC, NEXI, and JOGMEC, as well as public support, including the ODA, in the best manner possible, taking the needs and the circumstances of each country into consideration.
ASEAN 各国とともにエネルギートランジションの取り組みを進めていくことは非常に重要であります。アジア地域の脱炭素化に日本が今後貢献していくための枠組みといたしまして、アジアゼロエミッション共同体 ASEC 構想を今年立ち上げました。アジアエネルギートランジションイニシアチブ80等のイニシアチブとともに、連携をし、各国の事情に沿ってさまざまな脱炭素技術の導入に向けた具体的な案件形成をしていきたいというふうに考えております。
It is extremely important that we promote efforts for energy transition with each ASEAN country and as a framework for Japan to make contributions to the decarbonization in Asia. Asia Zero Commission Community, or ASEC, has been launched this year. In cooperation with initiatives such as ASEC, we will develop specific projects to introduce a variety of decarbonization technologies depending on the situations of each country.
今年は日 ASEAN 友好協力50周年を迎える特別な年であります。次の50年も日本は ASEAN とともに歩んでまいる決意であります。ASEAN 各国と日本、中国、韓国の協力が一層進展し、本日の会合が実り多いものとなりますことを期待をするところであります。
2023 is a special year commemorating the 50th anniversary of ASEAN-Japan friendship and cooperation. Towards the next 50 years, Japan will continue to walk on the path with ASEAN. Also, I hope that today's meeting will be fruitful to further develop ASEAN plus Japan, China, and ROK cooperation.
最後にちょっと本日の議題とはそれますが、福島第一原発のアルプス処理水についてご報告を申し上げます。今週関係閣僚会議を開催をし、安全確保に万全を期した上で本日からアルプス処理水の海洋放出を開始をしたところであります。
Finally, though it is slightly different from today's agenda items, let me say a few words about Alps treated water of Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. This week, related ministers' meeting was held, and while taking utmost measures for safety, on the 24th of today, we have started the ocean discharge of the Alps treated water into the sea.
アルプス処理水の安全性につきましては IAEA の包括報告書において国際基準に合致をしており、人や環境に対し、無視できるほどの放射線影響との結論が示されているところであります。
Regarding the safety of Alps treated water, IAEA's comprehensive report has concluded that it is consistent with the international safety standards and radiological impact on humans and environment is negligible.
我が国は国際法、国際慣行に沿って周辺国の地域の方々、また自国民の健康や 環境に悪影響を与える形での放出を行うことは断じてありません。また、海洋放出開始後も IAEA のレビューを継続して受けるとともに、海域モニタリング情報を迅速に公表するなど、透明性高い情報発信を継続をしてまいる所存であります。何卒ご理解のほどよろしくお願いをいたします。
The government of Japan, abiding by international law and international practice, will never approve the discharge of the water into the sea in a manner that endangers the health of people of Japan as well as the neighboring regions and the environment. Also, the government of Japan, even after the discharge has started, will continue to undergo IAEA review and provide necessary information in a transparent manner, including the swift announcement of the sea monitoring information. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to ask for your kind understanding by all means. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Japan. We notify your message now. Next turn, we are inviting our colleague from Korea to deliver the remarks. Korea, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of the Republic of Korea Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, Lee Chang-yang, I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy Mineral Resources of Indonesia, and the ASEAN Center for Energy for arranging today's meetings, a truly beautiful city. The world is facing immense challenges triggered by the climate crisis, and Asia-Pacific region is no exception. This summer, many countries in our region has witnessed prolonged heat waves and heavy rains. These extreme weather conditions are causing the loss of our lives and infrastructure. To address this current climate crisis, we need to strengthen global cooperation, and we believe that this will lead to expanding clean energy and strengthening energy security. Korea plans to utilize nuclear power as a carbon-free source, expand renewable energy feasibly, and utilize hydrogen and ammonia co-firing. I believe this will help further the decarbonization of the power sector. For stable energy supply chain and energy security, we will expand our resource reserves, diversifying supply chains, and invest in research development. Moreover, Korea plans to support Asian member states in establishing a sustainable system by sharing best practice for clean energy transition. To this end, Korea is engaging in multiple collaboration projects aimed at supporting the growth of Asia's EV ecosystem, and we will support greenhouse gas reduction and energy facility safe management project. Furthermore, we are committed to cooperating in clean energy transition, such as nuclear power, hydrogen, and CCS with the Asian member states. Today, we gather to discuss a sustainable future. I hope today's meeting will strengthen cooperation and foster collaboration among ASEAN member states, Korea, China, and Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. Now, next agenda, we come to the agenda number 2, remarks from Timor-Leste. As observer to the 20th AMEM+3, I welcome our friends Timor-Leste to deliver the remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again for providing me with the opportunity to deliver my remark in this 20th ASEAN Ministers of Energy meeting +3, AMEM+3. Excellencies, Ministers, and esteemed delegates. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of our partner dialogues, ministers from China, Japan, and Republic of Korea. Timor-Leste recognizes your contributions to the Asian energy sector in terms of technology, innovations, market, and security in shaping the regional energy landscape and offers aspirational model for the region and Timor-Leste. As Asia matters the epicentrum of the growth and is advancing its multifaceted initiatives and plans, including energy security, connectivity to support its growth and development, energy price and market volatilities become a strong challenge in the sustainable energy space. In this context, Timor-Leste views regional energy cooperation as an essential instrument to address these challenges and to sustain economic development and growth. We note with appreciation the successful conduct of the APEC review and are encouraged by the ASEAN's forward-looking initiatives such as the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality, ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance, and the ASEAN Circular Economy Framework. These are strong indicators of a committed regional and regional +3 approaches to a sustainable energy future. Excellency Ministers, esteemed delegates, Timor-Leste is eager to welcome the opportunities to observe and also deepening the engagement with Asian member states +3 and Asian sectoral bodies for energy to advance partnerships which for successful implementations of domestic and regional energy blueprints. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, I'll thank you again for the opportunity given and look forward to a successful and productive 20th AMEN +3 meeting. Thank you.
Obrigado, Timor-Leste. Now we come to the next agenda, it's adoption of the agenda. I would like to invite Ace to brief us on the draft agenda for today.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Chair. On the slide, we can see the agenda for today's meeting. Would like to request if there are some comments or requests to change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. I would like now to invite AMS and our +3 countries to make any comments on the draft of the agenda. So, if there's any comment or addition, we consider the agenda adopted, and we move on to the next agenda item. Thank you. The next agenda is agenda number 4, business arrangements. As per usual practice, the meeting will be convened in plenary and Ace as a reporter. Now we proceed to the next agenda number 5, ASEAN Secretariat's briefing to the 20th AMEN +3. I would like to invite ASEC to brief the meeting on ASEAN +3 related high-level meetings, cross-sectoral initiatives, and the ASEAN Sustainability Agenda. Asek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Co-Chairs. A very good afternoon to Your Excellencies from the ASEAN Plus 3 Energy Ministers and distinguished delegates. My report on MM+3 today is going to link to the ASEAN's broader community building efforts, and it's going to be, can you have the slide please? It's going to be covering on basically on these 4 items. First, on the key outcomes of the 25th ASEAN Plus 3 summits, and then I'll be touching on the ASEAN Plus 3 Cooperation Work Plan, which focus on enhancing energy security cooperation. I'll be also then be touching on cross-sectoral matters with energy sector by the ASEAN Plus 3, and I will finally end my presentation with a focus a little bit on ASEAN's response to low-carbon sustainable future. Next slide, please. Let me first start on the recap of the relevant outcomes and the directives from the 25th ASEAN Plus 3 Summit, which was held on the 12th of November in Phnom Penh in Cambodia. The relevant outcomes to highlight here are, of course, the leaders first reaffirmed the commitment to further strengthen and deepen the ASEAN Plus 3 process, which plays a key role in regional community building efforts with ASEAN as the driving force. They also welcome the leaders, they also welcome the adoption of the successor ASEAN Plus 3 Cooperation Work Plan 2023 to 2027. The leaders also call for enhanced cooperation on bioenergy. The leaders also encourage stronger ASEAN Plus 3 energy cooperation through regional interconnectivity. And further, the leaders also underscored the importance of forging closer cooperation in energy security. Next, now I would like to share with you the relevant work plan on energy under the ASEAN Plus 3 Cooperation Work Plan 2023 to 2027, especially to enhance energy security and cooperation. There are 18 items on energy, which were agreed under the overall ASEAN Plus 3 Cooperation Work Plan, as can be seen on the screen. This is really an extensive coverage of energy in the overall work plan, and it demonstrates the priority that is placed on supporting energy cooperation in the region, and it clearly bodes well for our ability to secure resources to implement the energy sector's own work program. In regard to these 18 items, I would like to take the opportunity to encourage SOME plus the 3 EPGGs and the ASEAN Center for Energy to ensure that the energy sector's annual work plan of the SOME plus 3 are all aligned to deliver the expected outcomes of the ASEAN Plus 3 Cooperation Work Plan 2023-2027. Next, can I move to the next slide? Still on the matter of ASEAN Plus 3 Cooperation Work Plan 2022-2023, I would also like to brief the AMM Plus 3 on the cross-sectoral matters to be undertaken with the other ASEAN sectoral bodies under the work plan. There are 3. Number 1 is really on the food, agriculture, forestry sector with a focus on bioenergy. The second is on, as you can see, on micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, helping to shift them to low-carbon solutions. The third is with science, technology and innovation, STI, basically looking at new renewable energy solutions which are commercially applicable. As can be seen in the slide, we anticipate stronger cross-sectoral cooperation under the ASEAN Plus 3. Therefore, I'd like to call on the support from SOME plus the 3 EPGGs, together with the ASEAN Center of Energy, along with the support of the ASEAN Secretariat to ensure that these new initiatives be explored to implement the cross-sectoral initiatives under the Cooperation Work Plan. Next slide. Excellencies, I would like to brief now on several initiatives being currently undertaken as a response from ASEAN towards low-carbon sustainable future. As you all know, ASEAN is called to adopt a much more forward-thinking stance to steer our region through shifting the global dynamics by promoting low-carbon models. Therefore, it's crucial that within the region, our cooperation needs to be strengthened to enable enhanced regional integration and to secure solid investment opportunities. Therefore, it's my pleasure today to share with you how ASEAN is committed to strengthening its digitalization and sustainability initiatives, including by implementing very high-impact strategies First, such as the Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DEFA, and second, the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality. Let me start with DEFA first. DEFA is our ASEAN's comprehensive agreement that aims to create a seamless digital trade ecosystem across the region, and is expected to position ASEAN as a leading digital community and economic bloc powered by secured and transformative digital services and technologies and ecosystem. It's a comprehensive digital agreement that's going to be legally binding. It's going to be a pioneer effort to bring the 10 member state countries to be connected across, not just in digital, the movement of digital data and management of data centers. It will cover everything from cybersecurity to e-commerce to even the movement of digitally skilled people in the region. So it's going to be a very comprehensive potential agreement, and it's going to be, leaders have been tasking the officials to start negotiate this before the start of 2023. Next, let me touch on the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality. Now, this is our regional pathway to drive economic growth and to enable the ASEAN's environmental, social, economic development goals to be achieved simultaneously in a mutually reinforcing way. While the ASEAN Climate Neutrality Strategy is not intended to create a new climate ambition for ASEAN, this strategy basically intends to leverage on the region's strength and to be working as a complementary agreement that complements the work of each of the AMS to be able to achieve the NDC goals. Some of the key initiatives for the energy sector under the carbon neutrality strategy include, number one, the enabling of ASEAN feedstock pathway for biofuels to be generated in our region to enable us to take part in global markets. We have such a large ability to become the feeder of biofuels to the world for sustainable fuels. Number two is about coordinating the development of regional policies and regulations to support the development and upscaling of CCUS infrastructure in our region. Again, this is an area where all three of you are going to be very valued in terms of partnerships and for ability for your technologies sharing to be brought to our region. Next, we are also looking at focusing on enabling regional power trading, physical interconnection, and policy cooperation. And finally, there's also going to be a focus on the promotional of regional energy efficiencies and conservations. Now, we definitely feel that all of these areas of focus under the ASEAN Carbon Neutral Strategy are relevant and will be useful for us to engage all three, the ASEAN Plus 3, to crucially support us, to help us implement these strategies in an effective way in the coming years. Next slide. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN economies are at a defining moment, poised to lead a transformative era, and by adopting a multifaceted strategy that emphasizes economic diversification, regional integration, and multilateralism, we believe that our economies can lay the foundation for resilient recovery, and this will contribute to stability and progress on a global scale. Moving forward, the Plus 3 countries may hold a pivotal role in our ASEAN economic landscape, in our ongoing development. Definitely the ASEAN Plus 3 platform and the forum is part of catalyzing this collaborative transformation. Together, we believe the ASEAN Plus 3 countries should be stronger together, working with ASEAN to facilitate and accelerate our region's transition towards a low-carbon, sustainable future. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you, ASEAN Secretariat. We acknowledge your briefing on cross-sectional initiatives, especially on sustainability agenda, which is related to the energy sector. Now, we move to agenda number 6. I would like to invite the SOME Plus 3 Chair to deliver the report on SOME Plus 3, EPGG 2022-2023 accomplishments and 23-24 work programs. Indonesia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Chair. Allow me to report on the SOME Plus 3 EPGG 2022-2023 accomplishment and 2023-24 to 2024 work program. With regards the Energy Security Forum, we welcome the upcoming 11 oil stockpiling roadmap, OSRM, workshop and 20 Energy Security Forum, which will be held on 11 and 13 October 2023 in Vientiane, Laos, PDR. We also appreciate the achievement of the report and capacity building oil, coal, nuclear and energy safety management. Regarding oil market and natural gas forum and business dialogue, we welcome the upcoming 12 ASEAN Plus 3 oil market and natural gas forum and business dialogue on 12 October 2023 in Laos, PDR. About the new and renewable energy and energy efficiency and conservation forum, we recognize the effort from ASEAN Plus 3 countries in advancing renewable energy deployment, energy efficiency, critical minerals, and grid resiliency. In terms of the Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, we noted the progress of ASEAN-China Clean Energy Cooperation Center, ACIC, and welcome the proposed signing of Memorandum of Understanding between ACE and ACIC Affairs Managing Agency, AMA. Last but not least, we also note that the future 2023 to 2024 ASEAN Plus 3 cooperation will include the capacity building workshop on energy security, oil stockpiling, oil and gas market, and clean energy roundtable dialogue. Thank you. We would appreciate if the Excellency Minister could provide guidance and endorsement of this report. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. May I invite comments from Excellencies of AMS and Plus 3 on the report by SOME Plus 3 Chair. Brunei, PDR, Malaysia. There any other? Okay, we start with the first three. First, Brunei, please.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. Excellencies, Head of Delegation from the People's Republic of China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. It is an honor for me to be here attending my first physical Plus 3 meeting. In the last year's 25th ASEAN Plus 3 Chairman's Statement, our leaders have noted our commitments to pursue post-pandemic economic recovery towards sustainable development and growth by accelerating innovation and scale-up of investment to improve and sustain clean and modern energy infrastructure and supply chains toward advancing a just, realistic, and resilient energy transition and the importance of liquefied natural gas. To reaffirm our strong cooperation, Brunei Darussalam would like to commend the achievements and activities undertaken by SOME Energy Policy Governing Group Fora throughout 2023. With this, it is with pleasure for me to note that the annual programs, including the 11th ASEAN Plus 3 Oil Stockpiling Roadmap Workshops, 12th ASEAN Plus 3 Oil Market and Natural Gas Forum and Business Dialogue, and the 12th ASEAN Plus 3 Energy Security Forum, scheduled to be held physically later in the year. Our main areas of cooperation covering energy security is also balanced with our need towards transitioning to a low-carbon economy and carbon neutrality in the energy sector. It is therefore important for us, Member States, together with our Plus 3 countries and international organizations, to continue our good cooperation, especially in the areas of financing, regulatory framework, and human resource competency that can help us further advance our national and regional aspirations. Brunei Darussalam would like to take this opportunity to welcome further research and development, pilot and demonstration projects, technology transfer and technical assistance, covering low carbon and clean technologies such as solar, carbon capture and storage, to name a few. We look forward to the implementation of the future activities planned under the SOMI+3 Fora and programs for 2023-2024. Thank you, Your Excellency, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, PDR, please.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. La PDR noted for the SOMI+3 EPGG 2022 to 2023 accomplishment and 2023 to 2024 work program, which reflecting effort in preparing and promoting a new energy policy direction to address climate change and uncertainty in the energy supply chain, including through various platforms like energy policy dialogue, knowledge sharing, and best practice exchange, which also align the implementation of APEC Phase 2, in realizing regional energy security and accelerate energy transition. Besides of that, under the work program, namely ASEAN +3 Energy Security Forum, Lao PDR will host the 23 SOMI+3 EPGG meeting in physically from 11 to 13 October this year in Vientiane, which is expected to cover discussion and information sharing on energy security challenges, outlooks, and policies related to the oil, gas, and coal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lao PDR. Now, Malaysia, Excellency, please.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates from the +3 countries. As the epicenter of growth, ASEAN faces a unique set of challenges that necessitate collective action and cooperation. Global geopolitical tensions and the effects on energy markets serve as a reminder to the intricate interplay between international dynamics and our energy landscape. To counter this, we must strengthen regional energy cooperation, fostering economic recovery and creating opportunities for growth. Embracing a just and inclusive energy transition is crucial. We need to decarbonize while ensuring energy security using diverse resources and technologies tailored to our context. The joint declaration on the sustainable energy security and the forthcoming ASEAN +3 leader statement on EV exemplify our commitments to innovation and integration. Initiatives like the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality and blue economy framework highlight our dedication to sustainable development. Support from the ASEAN +3 countries is vital for these endeavors. Our discussions on energy security, nuclear, and renewables reflect our commitment to exploring diverse pathways. By promoting emerging low-carbon technologies and enhancing commercialization, we advance our journey towards decarbonization. Malaysia looks forward to the upcoming events planned, such as the Energy Security Forum and the Clean Energy Roundtable, which provide platforms for collaboration and knowledge sharing. Let us continue nurturing cooperation between ASEAN member states and the +3 countries, driving forward sustainable energy solutions that promote growth, resilience, and a brighter future for ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. So if there is no more comment, we conclude that the ASEAN +3 ministers are to adopt the recommendation of those reports. Now, we move to the next agenda, agenda number 7, adoption of GMS. Excellencies, for agenda item 5, may I invite ACE to brief us on the GMS draft.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chairs. If we can see in the slide, this is the joint ministerial statement on the 20th ASEAN Ministers on Energy Meeting +3. Scroll down.
中方请求发言。
China wants to make suggestions.
So I come back to China. Please convey your comments.
OK。
Floor is yours.
中方非常赞赏主席国在联合声明的磋商过程当中所做的大量的协调工作和努力。
China applauds the efforts done by Indonesia as presidency in the discussion and coordination of the statement.
也对各方在磋商当中体现出的合作的诚意表示由衷的敬佩。
And also, I'd like to express my respect for the cooperative spirits presented by all ministers and all parties.
这里提3条修改的建议，供各位同事参考。
Here, I'd like to make 3 alterations to this statement.
第1条，中方强烈建议将文本中全部6处脱碳改为减碳。
First, China strongly suggested to change all 6 decarbonizations into carbon reductions.
第2条建议将第4段净零排放改为净零排放或碳中和。
The second is to change in the paragraph 4 net zero emissions into net zero emissions / carbon neutrality.
第3，将第15段关键矿物改为可持续供应链。
The third is to change in the paragraph 15 critical minerals into sustainable supply chain.
这3处修改建议可以使得我们的文本更为合理，也更加的聚焦统筹能源转型和能源安全，更好地反映区域发展的需求和实际。感谢各位的理解。
These 3 alterations can make the statement more feasible. Let us more focus on energy transition and security. It also can better reflect the reality and demand for development for regional countries. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Besides, it's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ren. Yeah, we notify your comment on this decarbonization versus the carbon reduction. Actually, this wording has been discussed. Yeah, has been discussed among the AMS. So in our vision, the important thing is about the net zero emission target of achievement. Whether it's going to be done by the carbonization or reducing of the emission, it will depend on the country's circumstances. So that the target, the vision is the same, yeah, only a kind of wordings. So we ask your understanding on these issues, yeah, to allow us to adopt the things. And the second thing is about the critical mineral itself. We, yeah, as one of ASEAN country, that we are also blessed with several critical mineral in our country. We are in the position that we are doing the program to create such kind of value added. So we are still, we stand this critical, sustainable, we still stand with our position. Of course, there will be such kind of objection for you, but again, we ask for your understanding.
还有一个是净零排放，或第4段的净零排放改为或碳中和。
And also, we have mentioned to change net zero emissions into net zero emissions / carbon neutrality. So we want to know the feedback of your side.
I would like Ace to show the concept of the wordings, to be shown to all delegates.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chairs. Maybe we can put the situation on the screen. There are 4 things that suggested by China, as Chairman mentioned, on the carbon reduction, and then the methane emission. Can you going down? Again. Can you? Yeah. Can you go down again? All of the situation can be shown in the slide. Offer here, Chair. Thank you.
So I would like also to ask our ASEAN member to share comments on this issue, wordings. ASEAN, do we agree from the previous concept or? I invite ASEAN if any comments. Philippines?
Mr. Chairman,
Excellency, yes.
our senior officials have gone over this, and we will support the chair's position on the language. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Malaysia?
Thank you, Chairman. Similarly, since our senior officials have gone through it, we also would like to support the Chairman's position.
Others? So, Excellency Mr. Ren, so we ask again for your kind of understanding on these issues. Yeah, as again that every ASEAN countries, we are already put the target to reach the net zero emission. So the way they are executing the program is depend on their circumstances. And then also for the critical minerals, I think it is very important for us, yeah, to create value on these things. But we are ready to cooperate, yeah, to cooperate in the downstream supply chains. Is it okay for you?
主席先生，您的意思我理解了，但是我想呢，以区域的目前的资源条件啊，和我们未来的规划来看，要实现脱碳，也就是说，把所有的碳都去掉，在相当长的时间内是做不到的。
Your Excellency, Mr. President, I understand your idea, but I do believe that based on regional countries' endowment resources and our future development plan, it is not possible for us to get all the carbon dioxide to achieve fully decarbonized in the coming long time.
我们能做的就是，一方面减少碳的排放。 另一方面，我们加快可再生能源的开发和利用，啊，努力加速我们碳排放的减少，这是符合我们区域的特点，也是现实的。
What we can do for the time being has two steps. The first is to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. And the second is to accelerate the exploitation and utilization of renewable energies and make our regional and all-out efforts to reduce carbon emission reductions. And I think it is in line with our regional conditions and it's what can achieve in the coming future.
另外，关于关键矿物，我想关键矿物，它不能。 涵盖我们所有的供应链的可持续的问题。关键矿物只是我们供应链中的一个环节。那么，供应链的可持续，啊，应该说是包括了关键矿物。所以，我想这样的表述呢，也更符合我们目前面临的现实的问题。
And about the critical minerals. I don't think it can represent the entire part of the supply chain. But besides, it is just one part of our entire supply chain. So if we want to keep our supply chain sustainable, it's important for us to keep this as one thing under the group of these all minerals. And I think it is in the reality of our regional reality.
所以呢，我想，为了能够让我们区域啊，能够更好的，也更现实的去落实我们提出的目标，我还是建议 这个主席和各位同事啊，能够再次考虑我们的建议。
So, for the purpose to better achieve our regional goals, I really once again hope that all the presidents and our member countries could consider China's proposition.
感谢这个主席先生的理解啊。
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, of course, we really highly appreciate the recommendation of China. But if I may take the compromising, if you may agree. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to.
So, what kind of compromise?
It's okay. We may accept the wording of carbon emission reduction, but we insist we stay with the critical minerals.
Okay.
Thailand?
Okay, China agrees.
Is there any additional comment, Thailand? If you want to add,
thank you,
please.
Chairman. And I like to first focus on this paragraph 12. On this paragraph 12 is the fact, is the report from the ASEAN Plus 3 Oil Market and Natural Gas Forum that would, and that would happen in, and that will happen on in 12 October. And the forum will focus, this is something that we sort of have the guideline to the forum to discuss. So it's not any target or any commitment to achieve any levels. It's just to discuss at the forum next month. That's all. So I don't think it has any implication to any country, to any certain extent of implementation. So I would ask China to reconsider that. So if we just say carbon emission reduction is very broad, and it would not mean so much to the forum. So would like the China to consider.
Thank you, Thailand. So now we come back again to China.
China
Mr.
agrees.
Mr. Ren?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
China.
Again, Mr.
Chairman.
Flotilla of Philippines.
I noted that our friends from China have accepted the compromise formula that the chair has proposed. So we thank them for accepting your proposal. Thank you.
So China is okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Ren, can you confirm again?
那我们就尊重主席国和各位同事的意见。
China agrees.
Agree. Thank you. 谢谢。Then we can adopt the recommendation of the reports. Ace, can you prepare the draft with the modification based on our agreement.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Excellency China. We will finalize this and distribute to the ASEAN Plus 3. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you. Now, I declare the GMS of the 20th MM+3 meeting is adopted based on the final understanding and agreement. Now we come to the agenda number 8, other matters. Excellencies, on agenda item 8, other matters, we will discuss the ASEAN Plus 3 leader statement on developing the electric vehicle ecosystems. I will call upon Indonesia to provide an update on the said draft.
Thank you, Excellencies, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing us to brief the meeting on the proposal of the ASEAN Plus 3 leader statement on developing the electric vehicle ecosystem. In accordance with the chairmanship theme this year, Indonesia is determined to ensure that our region remains at an epicentrum of growth. To maintain growth, there is a need for us to explore new avenues to strengthen the competitive landscape of our region. Developing an EP ecosystem is definitely among the next sources of sustainable growth. Numerous studies demonstrate exponential growth of EP adoption across the world. ASEAN itself has been determined to build the EP ecosystem as stipulated in a declaration adopted at the 42nd ASEAN Summit. Indonesia is of the view that it is necessary to complement the ASEAN effort with the cooperation within the framework of ASEAN Plus 3. We believe that in the context of APT, we have the potential to develop a robust EP ecosystem that covers the entire value chain from upstream to downstream. Developing of EP ecosystem is also an important measure for ASEAN Plus 3 countries to accelerate the energy transition, achieving net zero emission targets, as well as improving energy security. Within the APT, we have all the prerequisites, among others the commodities, private sector with past experience and keen to develop the area, and one of the largest untapped market potential. Therefore, during the APT Foreign Minister meeting 13 July 2023, Indonesia, as a chair, proposed the ASEAN Plus 3 leader statement on developing of electric vehicle ecosystem as the outcome document for the 26th APT Summit, 6 September 2023. The proposal was noted and gained support from the minister. This proposal has also been mentioned during the ASEAN Plus 3 in July and APT SOM in early August. In this regard, Indonesia seeks support from the ASEAN Plus 3 Minister on Energy for the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Excellencies, Indonesia is seeking your support for the said proposal in order to move forward with the draft. I will invite comments from Excellencies of AMS and Plus 3. If there is no more comments, we may then conclude that the ASEAN Plus 3 ministers agree and support the development of the APT leaders' statement until its adoption at the APT summit in September. Thank you for your support. Now we move to the agenda item number 9, adoption of the report. As usual, we shall receive the draft report from the ACE soon and adopt it accordingly on ad referendum basis. Thank you. Now we move to the next agenda. We come to the end part of the meetings. I extend my sincere appreciation to our partners, China, Japan, and Korea, for their strong commitment to our shared goals. To my fellow ASEAN members, your dedication is the engine of our cooperation towards a just and inclusive energy transition. Together, we are confident to lead our region towards a future of sustainable prosperity. Thank you. Now I would like to invite our colleague from China to deliver the closing remarks.
尊敬的阿里芬部长、各位同事、各位代表，首先，我要声明，今天2023年8月24号，日本政府无视国际社会的强烈质疑和反对，单方面强行启动福岛核事故污水排海，中方对此表示坚决反对和强烈谴责，已经通过外交渠道向日方提出严正交涉，要求日方停止这一错误行为。
Your Excellency, Minister Arifin Tasrif, dear colleagues, representatives, before my speech, I'd like to make a statement. Today, the government of Japan has ignored the strong question and opposition of international community, unilaterally discharge the nuclear wastewater from Fukushima nuclear power plant into the sea. Chinese government has lodged solemn representations to Japanese counterparts. We hope Japan could end this misconduct.
中国政府一贯坚持人民至上，将采取一切必要措施，维护食品安全和中国人民的身体健康。
Chinese government attaches great importance to our people. We have put our people high in our agenda, and we will take necessary steps to keep the food safety and to keep our people's body health.
今天我们一起回顾了过去1年在10+3框架下一系列长效机制下的合作成果，审议了下一年工作的计划。
This year, today, we gathered here, we have looked back on the results what we have done during the past year under the 1+10 framework and reviewed the next year's work plan.
刚才通过的部长联合声明也肯定了东盟和中日韩3国在能源转型发展和低碳发展等方面做出的努力，明确了下一步深化互利合作的方向。
The statement we have adopted affirmed the efforts done by ASEAN and China, Japan, South Korea in fueling energy transition and low-carbon development, clarified the direction for next steps, reinforcing cooperation.
面对全球能源转型长期性和复杂性的共同挑战，中国愿与东盟国家以及日韩携手共进，加强政策沟通和经验交流，加强可再生能源技术分享，加强绿色金融和绿色投资合作，通过建立更加紧密的清洁能源合作伙伴关系，助力区域能源发展目标的实现。
Facing the enduring and intricate common challenges in global energy transition, China is willing to work hand in hand with ASEAN countries, Japan and South Korea to strengthen policy dialogue and exchange of good practices. And we are willing to strengthen technology sharing of renewables, strengthen cooperation over green financing and investment. We hope to aid the realization of regional energy development goals through the establishment of a closer clean energy cooperation partnership.
根据东盟合作行动计划第2阶段的实施需求和地区在能源转型当中的关切，今年的中国东盟清洁能源合作周将以跨越山海、共享未来为主题，通过政策交流、政企对话、技术交流等方式，共同商议区域清洁能源高质量发展与国际合作的新思路。我们期待中国东盟清洁能源合作中心在双方执行机构的通力合作下，不断拓展中国东盟清洁能源合作领域，提升合作质量和效率，助力区域清洁能源发展目标的实现。
In a bid to implement ASEAN Cooperation Action Plan second stage and to accommodate the concerns of regional countries in energy transition, this year's China-ASEAN Clean Energy Cooperation Week will be themed for a shared future across the ocean and abreast a common future, and through policy exchange, the communication between governments and companies, and expertise dialogue to commonly discuss the regional clean energy high quality development and international cooperation. We are looking forward that with the joint efforts of implementing units of both sides, we could further deepen the cooperation of energy areas, upgrade quality and efficiency, and aid the realization of regional countries in energy transition.
最后，我代表中国国家能源局再次感谢主席国印尼的精心安排，谢谢大家。
Last but not least, I'd like to represent China's NEA to once again express our gratitude for the elaborate hospitality done by Indonesia as rotating presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Ren, for your remarks and your support. And now, allow me to invite Japan to deliver the closing remarks.
議長、ありがとうございます。まずちょっと冒頭申し上げたいと思います。中国を含む国際社会に対しまして、ALPS 処理水については、繰り返し情報提供を行ってきているところでありまして、中国に対しても日本政府から専門家の間で対話を提案しているところであります。中国側はまだこれに応じようとしておりません。科学的根拠に基づかない措置をしていることに対しては大変残念に思います。日本国政府といたしましては、これからもしっかりと国際社会に対しまして情報提供してまいりますし、説明をしてまいりたいというふうに思っております。
Well, thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me mention this. So, to the international community as well as China, regarding the release of ALPS treated water, we have been repeatedly providing information. Also, to the China side, the government of Japan has been proposing a dialogue amongst experts, but China is not responding. And unfortunately, it is regrettable that China has been repeating communication that is not based on scientific evidence. In any event, the government of Japan will continue to provide information as well as explanations to the international community.
それでは申し上げます。各フォーラムの活動を推進してこられました関係者のご尽力に感謝を申し上げます。
Now, I would like to express my appreciation for the efforts made by the stakeholders who have been promoting activities of each forum.
エネルギー安全保障フォーラムについては、ASEAN における石油・天然ガスの需要は今後も増加し続ける見通しであります。エネルギー安全保障の重要性が認識されております。これまでの本フォーラムで明らかになった各国の課題に基づき、ASEAN のエネルギー安全保障強化に向けて貢献していきたいというふうに考えております。
Regarding the Energy Security Forum, the demand for oil and natural gas is expected to keep growing going forward, and the importance of energy security is recognized. Based on the challenges identified in this forum up to this point, we would like to make contributions to strengthen the energy security of ASEAN.
石油天然ガス市場フォーラムについてであります。二酸化炭素の排出量が比較的少ないクリーンなトラディション燃料といたしまして、天然ガスの重要性が高まっております。日本は世界最大の LNG 輸入国として、LNG の調達やガス市場の整備、ガス利用技術など、知見や経験の共有を通じて、LNG バリューチェーン全体での脱炭素化の推進に引き続き貢献していきたいというふうに考えております。また、上流投資を促進し、需給バランスの変化への対応策を通じ、すべての人々にエネルギーアクセスを提供することも重要だというふうに考えております。
Regarding the oil and natural gas forum, the importance of natural gas is growing as a clean transition fuel which emits relatively low carbon dioxide. As the largest LNG importing country, Japan would like to continue to make contributions to the promotion of decarbonization for the entire LNG value chain through the procurement of LNG, the development of gas market, as well as sharing of knowledge and experience, including gas utilization technologies. It is also important to promote investment in the upstream area and provide energy access to everyone through the response measures for the fluctuations and volatility of supply and demand balance.
また、新再エネ・省エネフォーラムにおいて、これまで日 ASEAN の省エネ協力や運輸部門への省エネに関する日本の政策や取り組み等の共有をしてまいりました。また、ASEAN 地域での技術導入と政策制度構築をセットで進める官民共同イニシアチブでありますセフィアの下で、ゼブや鉄鋼分野での省エネ技術協力等、脱炭素プロジェクトを進めております。
Also, at the New and Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency and Conservation Forum, Japan-ASEAN energy efficiency efforts, as well as policies and initiatives in relation to the energy conservation in the transport sector, have been shared. Also, under CEFIA, which is a public-private initiative to simultaneously introduce technologies and build policies and systems in ASEAN, decarbonization projects have been promoted, such as ZEB and technical cooperation to save energy in the steel sector.
改めまして、この度はこのような素晴らしい機会をいただきましたことに感謝を申し上げます。日本は引き続き中国、韓国とも連携しながら、各国に寄り添い、ニーズオリエンテッドな協力を進めてまいります。ありがとうございました。
Once again, I am most grateful for this opportunity today. Japan will continue to collaborate with China and the ROK, supporting each country and promote needs-oriented cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Nakatani. Thank you for the remarks. Now we are asked Ministry of Trade, Industry, Energy, Moti of Korea, Excellency Ji Yong-yu, to deliver the remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of the Republic of Korea Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, Lee Chang-yang, I would like to express my gratitude to us again to Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia and Asian Center for Energy. We have reaffirmed our strong will to pursue energy cooperation while focusing on energy security. promoting clean energy, enhancing efficiency, and maintaining stable oil and gas markets. In conclusion, it is my firm belief that mutually beneficial cooperation between ASEAN, Korea, China, and Japan shall persist. In this regard, Korea will extend our complete support, and Korea government and Korea corporations will continue to provide support to regional EV industrial development through sharing our experience and technology in transforming an ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Yu. Korea. Now, I think we conclude that the ASEAN plus 3 ministers So we appreciate for the understanding and the support for this APT meeting this afternoon. We come to the end of the meetings, and then we are pleased to invite all the delegates to join the group photo again together this afternoon. Thank you for all the participation and the support for the AP3 meeting this afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tashrif, as the chair of the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 41st ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting and its associated meetings today. A few announcements to share. That tomorrow, the 17th East Asia Summit Energy Ministers meeting will commence at 8:30 a.m. Bali time here at the same venue. And tomorrow as well, on Friday, the 25th of August 2023, we will have gala dinner and 2023 ASEAN Energy Award, which will take place at BNDCC 1 building at 6:30 p.m. And Excellencies Ministers are invited with spouse. For all, the attire code would be formal. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, I would like to address our sincere gratitude for your active participation and great contributions, and please do accept our apologies for any inconvenience in organizing the meetings. Before we close, allow me to invite all Excellencies Ministers, head of delegates, as well as other delegates of today to proceed to photo booth at the pre-function area for a group photo session. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Erica Sadana. Thank you very much indeed once again, and stay well and safe. Enjoy your evening and enjoy Bali. Thank you.